about October. So this is our important event in this project, where we are a big team. I will present the team at the right moment. Then I would like to make the introduction of our leader of the university and faculty, and address the many thanks for finding the time to be here with us and supporting us in all our efforts. First of all, our Vice Rector, Cristian Litan, the Vice Rector of Babeș-Bolyai University. Thank you very much. And our Vice Dean, Gabriela Brendia. Thank you very much, Ms. Gabriela, for being here with us. So please, Mr. Professor Cristian Litan, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, I have written some words here for you. Dear participants of the conference, Intelligent Analysis and Prediction of the Economic and Financial Crime in a Cyber-Dominated and Interconnected Business World. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. As probably some of you have already found out, you came to the largest, to the oldest on the actual territory of Romania, and to the most prestigious university in Romania, at least according to most international rankings. Babeș-Bolyai University, UBB, as we like to say, is the largest with its 3 official languages, Romanian, Hungarian, and German, its 506 BA and Master of Science programs, and its 32 doctoral fields, the most comprehensive university in Romania. With the longest academic tradition in the country, it has a history that goes back to 1581, marking the foundation of Academia Claudio-Politana, a Jesuit collegium major, which allowed degrees at all 3 academic levels, baccalaureus, master, and doctorate. Academia Claudio-Politana later evolved in the Universitas Claudio-Politana in the 18th century, then from a Hungarian university in the 19th century evolved into a Romanian university in the 20th century to become what is today the multicultural UBB. For the past 7 years, UBB has been ranked as the best Romanian university according to the National University Meta Ranking. For several years, UBB has been one of the leading universities in Romania in global and subject domain rankings, being constantly ranked among the world's top 5 universities with an advanced academic infrastructure that includes R&D units, integrated European networks, modern teaching laboratories with virtual augmented mixed reality systems. I will come back now to the welcoming words. So welcome also to Cluj, one of the most multicultural cities in Romania and Europe, like our university also is. And of course, within our university, welcome to the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. As you can already see, you will find here in this faculty very strong research groups, a characteristic which is very much in line with the intensive research orientation of the Babeș-Bolyai University. Now, some personal words to Monica. Congratulations for organizing this conference in our faculty, our university, and our city. You know, we had, and we still have, constructed, I hope, discussion about what means to publish in the right journal to disseminate our research work. However, besides all this, I really admire your tenacity and dedication to establish a hot research topic field at UBB, which is the research in economic and financial crime. Congratulations, Monica, for the effort to create a research network in this field, which brings together practitioners, policymakers, and academics. This is not an easy task, but your success in doing this is also proved by organizing this conference. In the end, thank you again to all of you for coming to our university and to Cluj-Napoca. I wish fruitful discussion during the conference. Thank you very much.
For nice work, and
Oh,
certificate is good
I
enough.
haven't
but
done too much, but so I already got.
One in addition, it's
Yeah,
it's okay. Thank you for the good work. And stay with us, please. For the rest.
I would like to see the.
Thank you very much. And now the floor will belong to our Vice Dean, Gabriela Brendia. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I wrote also some words because I am a little bit nervous. So, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and fellow researchers, it is a great honor to welcome you all to the International Conference on Intelligent Analysis and Prediction of the Economic and Financial Crime in a cyber-dominated and interconnected business world. I stand before you today not only as the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration, but also as the representative of our Dean, who deeply regrets not being able to join us for this occasion. As you maybe know, the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration is the largest faculty of Babeș-Bolyai University and of any Romanian university, and is the best Romanian higher education institution in economics and business if we consider its position in the most important worldwide rankings by subject. At our faculty, we are dedicated to foster a culture of excellence in research that pushes the boundaries of knowledge and makes a tangible impact on the fields of economics and business. Our policy is designed to provide a supportive and inspiring environment for our faculty staff, researchers, and students to contribute to the academic community and society at large. For example, this conference serves as a bridge between theory and practice, uniting researchers, policymakers, and industry experts. The program features an exceptional lineup of speakers and presenters, each of whom will offer unique insights into the world of economic and financial crime. We are all excited about the discussions on the application of artificial intelligence, data analytics, and machine learning in predictive crime analysis, as these technologies hold the promise of transforming our fight against these illicit activities. I wish to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, whose efforts have made this event possible. My thanks also go to the sponsor and participants who have traveled from around the world to share their knowledge and experiences. In conclusion, I would like to once again extend my warmest welcome to all of you, and I officially declare the conference open. Thank you, and let the conference begin.
Thank you, Professor Gabriela, and here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for nice work. Thank you. Thank you. And you are invited. Okay. Yes, but now I have a short time with the
the share screen. Oare mă poate ajuta cineva? De ce nu reușesc share screen-ul? Poate și un pic stresat acum. Am deschis prezentarea și să se vadă share screen. Da? Ce? Nu. De aici. Așa. And the exchange, the film never hit the okay. Și net este aici.
Okay, so I will try to be as short as possible to present the results of our project and then to go further to the international speaker. So regarding our project, as I already presented before, intelligent analysis and prediction of the economic and financial crime in a cyber-dominated and interconnected business world. So the conference of closing the project. Our fin crime team, I will not present all of them. I will try to insist on the people that are here. So I will start with our assistant manager, Dr. Mircea Constantin Șcheau. Yes, thank you very much for your help, your great help in the field of cybersecurity. He has a doctorate in cybersecurity, and he's of a great help in our economic field to relate the issues. And our second assistant manager, associate professor, Viorela Ligia Voidean. I don't think I wrong, but Viorela is the heart of our financial crime, and thank you for all your involvement in our team. For sure, then I am pick up you from here. You stay here behind. Our colleague Gabriela Mihaela Mureșan. Thank you very much for all the important involvement in our project. And yes, the junior of our team, Alexandra Ioana Daniel Arus. As you see, is all the time behind the door and try to fix all the details. And our PhD candidate, Julia Bridge, thank you very much for your involvement. And the junior, Tom Isabella, you are a very close collaborator and our PhD candidate with a very brilliant future in the field of finance. Our future doctor, Isabella Căpraș Lucuț. Okay, thank you. And the collaborator, I've seen here several collaborators. Associate Professor Cristina Boța Avram, thank you for your involvement. Yes, thank you for your efforts to participate in our activity. Actually, Cristina is also active member in our doctoral commission with the part of internal audit, because we know we need internal audit in order to detecting fraud. Thank you very much. And our lawyer and our PhD candidate, Florin Roman. Yes. With a big interest regarding the frauds with European funds. Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like also to thank, because I've seen and I missed to present you, Professor Alexandra Horobec, our collaborator in activities from Academic of Economic Studies, Professor Lucian Belascu from Lucian Blaga University. Thank you very much for being here as a guest. And for sure, our colleague, Professor Cosmin Silaghi, which is an active professor in my personal committee of defense of PhD defense. So all the English theses are presented by him. So thank you very much for being with us all the time. And because they already came, I would like to address the welcome the president, yes, Mr. Nicolae Câmpan, the president of National Agency of Administrative Taxes. Yes, I try to spelling well. And Mr. Marius Câmpan, the president of Cart of Account for Cluj. Thank you very much for being here. And to not forget, because you are very small there, but it's very big actually, is a commissar of police, chief commissar. Yes, please correct me if I'm wrong. Anca Adriana Cușmir from Romanian Police from Bucharest, so National Institute of Bucharest. So our team, as you can see, is very big. So I will go forward to. Sorry, no, this is the end. It's not good. just a moment. Yes, I put several results here. Yes, okay. So I will try to make a short summary of the objectives of our FinCrime project and the way in which they were achieved. For the first, we focus on performing an analysis and prediction of economic and financial crime with a focus on the European countries, having several purposes. Measuring tools for economic and financial crime, finding the main components of economic and financial crime, building an economic and financial crime index for the world countries, find the relationship between technology, cybercrime, and economic and financial crime, the role of intelligence on economic and financial crime, the effects of economic and financial crime on the sustainable economic and sustainable development. A second objective was to develop a machine learning platform for collecting the economic and financial crime attributes at the mondo and the macro and the micro level. So on the third levels, world country, mondo, and the microeconomic level. Regarding the result in terms of publications, for sure our starting objectives was achieved and even the past. So we propose to publish at least 6 scientific articles indexed by Web of Science, more exactly SSCI. So we realize 16 papers in this area, so about the 30% degree of achievement. At least 10 papers published in other data relevant international databases like Scopus or emerging citation index papers. So we have 6 ESCI, 5 Scopus, and 20 publications in volume of the conference. We also propose to organize at least 2 conferences or workshops, but we realize much more than this. 3 international conferences and 4 workshops, and this one is one of the 3 international conferences. At least 6 research internship or courses in the field, and we realize 12 courses and internship in different fields of financial crime, statistics, and related field in order to get the skills for research in financial crime. Our first conference was an online meeting, and I will put here also the photo from behind the scene. So our financial crime server, they are not here, but they were behind our first conference. And as you can see, we had speakers from academic field and also from the business environment, from the National Office for Preventing and Combating Money Laundering, from Accounting Institute of Romania, from National Directorate for Security, Cybersecurity, and also from the policeman, from the Fiscal Institute, and so on. So it was at the last. This conference was at the end of December 2021. Several workshops we had also regarding the students in order to provide how to do a literature review using Web of Science. And here, due to the help of our PhD candidate and member in our very active member, but he's with a baby, she is with a baby now, so she cannot attend to our conference, but with her all the time here. And for sure, our workshop where Professor McGee was the main moderator in this workshop. Another workshop for students on June 2020, where we also provide several awards and several souvenir, let's say. So they were enjoy a lot about this workshop. As you can see, is a hybrid. It was a hybrid presentation, online and on-site. And here the girls, Think Crime girls, behind the scene. So it was very nice. Actually, when I prepared my presentation, I was very anxious because I remember all this. Here I tried to do not cry because there were a lot of efforts and energy here. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. And this is the previous conference, which was a very big conference, joined to the conference of diversity challenge and stakeholder engagement in finance and financial AI, organized by Action Cost, together with my colleague Codruța Mare, Professor Codruța Mare, who is also a member in our team and will attend tonight because he's on the way from Bruno, it's Berna, yes, Bruno, it's the name of a dog, right? Berna, right? And she insists to take the car to Berna to be able to attend at our evening, at least at our evening gala dinner from the evening. So it was a very nice conference. We had here about 15 professors from abroad. It was on February. So here the girls behind the scene, they are already all the time there. Several activities from this year also, participation at the Economic and Financial Prevention London Conference on June, together with my PhD candidate. And here is the manager of this great big conference. Actually, it is an yearly conference. It's important to say that we also participated at the InnoFair event organized by Babeș-Bolyai University. We were invited to present the result of our project, and for sure the Think Crime actually is not fine crime. We decide to be Think Crime because it sounds sounds better. So here we also attended this very interesting event organized by our Babeș-Bolyai University, where was also important person from business environment, and also was our rector of our university. And let's talk a little bit about the Think Crime PhD team, because I insist to put this picture because it was my first PhD in finance. So Alexandra Daniela Rus, who is also a very active member in our financial crime team. And here the other three PhD member of financial crime team, and the most recent, the most fresh doctor in finance was even yesterday, Adelina Cosma, that got an excellent qualificative. That it was very honorable for us. regarding the platform, because this is the another important purpose of our conference, just several issues to discover your nu s-a deschis, văd că to discover your challenge to check the platform, but just a moment, because I think don't like with the highlight, so I will do like this. Try to deal with all the technical issue. Okay. Yes, share screen now. Yes, stop share and to open again. Yes, we try to deal with everything. So this is our FinCrime platform, which try to collect and predict attributes at mondo FinCrime, macro FinCrime, and micro FinCrime. Regarding the FinCrime at the mondo, at the world level, we collected here attributes regarding 4 important components of financial crime: corruption perception index, anti-money laundering index, shadow economy, and global security index. And here we have a database that we present in a graphical manner. For instance, if you want to select, let's say, Romania, right? Because we are in Romania, and let's take our the countries from our guest, to not say that I prepare in advance. So by random, France, sorry. Let's say France, okay. And yes, Romania, France, and the United, now Arab, no, Kingdom, okay. And United States, right, Professor Midi? It's okay. So let's make a comparison. So this is the purpose. Actually, we have 2023 as estimation, but we can take 2022 because it's already finished, but we have estimated for 23. So they are corruption perception index, meaning the lowest level, it's so from 0, the highest level of corruption, to 100, the lowest level of corruption. So the highest level of corruption perception index, meaning the lowest level of corruption, or the highest cleaning of the economy. So let's check here what's happened. So Romania is not very in a good position here, and with the most level of the cleanness we may observe here is United Kingdom, even above US, right? Okay. Only another presentation regarding shadow economy. We use here the database of the Schneider. So the level of shadow economy as a percentage in GDP, we may observe that regarding 2022, we have for Romania 22% of shadow economy, but this is indeed a very small percentage, because Schneider didn't include in this his measurements prostitution, the drugs traffic, because they are very difficult to catch, and only the other part that could be discovered, tax evasion and related to collecting taxes. So could be even better, even higher. And the lowest level of shadow economy, we may see that is United States this time, with only 4%. So there is a very high difference. We have also money laundering here, and issues related to global security, cyber security index, which actually measure the level of cyber attacks, right? Okay. So we have also some interactive maps with the help of our technical personnel from Holisan. So I forgot to mention here the company Holisan, which made this platform. It's an IT and research company. So we have the same regarding the 4 elements of financial crime. If we may find, yes, shadow economy, let's see, load the data, and we may see on the map comparing to all the world what it's happened. So we propose to realize a financial crime index because, as I can say before, it was one of our proposal. One position could be regarding shadow economy, another position regarding money laundering, and we try to realize an index. So let's check, for instance, the same, but I will take only 2, yes, France, because it's in European Union, right? So you are our friends. All of us are friends, but European Union are best friends, right? Okay, so let's compare with the France financial crime index, meaning whole measurement of the financial crime. We may observe here 0.22 for France and Romania 0.33, but we may compare also with European Union to have a big screen, and let's compare with European Union. The average is 0.24. So Romania is much more above the average, but France is under. So it's an index between 0 and 1. I let you to explore yourself, and I go further because the time is our enemy all the time. The correlation, we try to make some correlation here in our attempt to find the determinants of financial crime. And here are a lot of variables. I will not enter with each of them, but we have development, public governance, tax burden, digitalization, intellectual capital, unemployment, economic freedom, democracy. For instance, if you want to find the correlation between shadow economy and GDP per capita, we may observe that the correlation is minus 0.88, meaning that indeed, as higher is the development of a country, as lower is the level of shadow economy. So it's an important determinant for shadow economy. And I let you explore yourself. Also, we have some comparison regarding the 2 categories of country, developing country and developed countries, because all the time in our research, we make the comparison not as a whole, because it's important to split into developing country and developed countries. And for this purpose, we take the classification of World Bank and make some group there. There are details, so we can talk later. Let's talk a little bit about macro fin crime, because they are some representatives that help us in collecting this type of data. They are not very easy. It is not very an easy task to gather them. So let's check about the database provided by the police. So if we check here, we have different types of offenses, and if you want to check, let's say for 21, because we have then some estimators, we may find the level of corruption in different counties in our country. And if you put here, we may also find the level. So the less intense color, meaning the less level of corruption, and the high intense color, meaning the highest level of corruption. And we have here a lot of defenses, even regarding money laundering, tax evasion, because we have here represented. Let's see. And maybe you may offer some explanation, because I have to be honest, I already do this. And I was wondering, why is this, Dolce? But maybe you will explain, yes, more in the second, in our presentation. Regarding other type of information, for instance, we have investigated person, depends on the type of crime. For economic and financial crime, we have the number of investigated person. Let's check. I have to, but they are I don't know exactly what. There are some details here, and I have to check. I think I will go further because I have to find some details, and I'm not. I don't have a lot of time now. And let's talk a little bit about tax collection for Romania. Here we have a big database provided by National Agency for collecting taxes. And here we have a lot of indicators. So, for instance, let's check degree of voluntary compliance with the payment. And here we have also by county and by region, but let's check for the yes. And we have here, I require to the IT company to adjust the legend because from the first it was everything on white because the level of compliance is between 66 and 80 as minimum and maximum. So the level of voluntary compliance, which I think is good, but we have to find the explanation why. Why even with this level of voluntary compliance, the level of the general level of tax evasion in Romania is very high, but I will let to say more the specialized from the business environment. And yes, and if we take by region, we have also some comparison by region. Let's check regarding the summons, because I think it's important way of punish, right, as a way to as an element of the fighting in combating financial crime. So let's check the level of summons. So we may see that in Cluj, the level of summons are the highest. I have to be honest because I checked before. So this is good, right? The level of summons are very high, meaning that there is a concern on collecting taxes. Okay, you may explore by yourself the other data. And the last one, regarding microfilm crime, here is a research, basically a research topic. So we try to find the level of manipulation of financial data calculated with Benish score. And here our PhD candidate with the thesis on manipulated financial data help us with the databases. So Benish score measured the level of manipulated financial statement, because we know we see we have a profit rate of 20%, so could be very high compared to the sector of activity. But if we see behind the data, if the manipulated data are the level of manipulated is high, this percentage of profitability is not relevant. So here we have the calculative of Benish score regarding the listed company at Bucharest Stock Exchange. And if you check, so I put on Z before because I talked with the president of Bucharest Stock Exchange, and I showed to the professor, to Mr. Hanga, right? And he told me, no, it's free. So no, it's not good because they will see that my company from the stock exchange are non-ethical. But no, they are calculated on basically based on the research. using public database. Yes, so financial statements are public for anyone. So I calculate some indicators. So now, okay, but I decide to put a Z before. Actually, ALR is ALRO, but I put a Z before to not create some problem, because Mr. Hanga was afraid about, oh no, it's not good because the company will see and they don't like, because you told I don't told, because the number the figures say. Okay, and then we have also I don't know, Alro, in which sector is now, but I will take a sector by random. And here is the level of manipulation of this company, and the value, the threshold is minus 2.2, and if the value are higher than this, it means a higher level of manipulation. So I will go further. So I present, we present in this way all the data, and we also related the data with the ALMA score, because ALMA score measures the level of risk failure. And in order to find to make a company to look, so we make a company to look good by manipulating data in order to provide big best image. Yes, so the risk of failure to be very low. So we find indeed the correlation. So here we calculate the ALMA score in order to, sorry, I forgot to put on silent. Okay. And indeed, we want to make a company to look very good by this manipulation techniques. And indeed, we find some correlation related to Benish score and ALMA score. So if you find some correlation between ALMA score and no, I put the other, sorry, here. Here I wanted to go. Correlation between ALMA score and Benish score for all data. Let's see. It's indeed 0.33, but if you take components, could be higher. Higher. So it means that the value is positive. So indeed, we as a company, but it's not an ethical practice for sure, manipulate data in order to have a good profitability, yes, a good performance of the company. So this is our platform. I invite you to explore. And just a moment to finish my presentation. Okay, so I will finish now. And I will finish with this. We work it, we love it, we cried, we enjoyed, we grow up together, stronger together. This is the Think Crime team, to be continued. Thank you. I prepared the presentation of the next speaker, and I will put also on the Zoom. You have to prepare, but I will introduce you. Okay. Yes, sure. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our important keynote speaker that came from ISU University, United States, Professor Robert McGee, full professor specialized in accounting scholarship business ethics. Just several things about Robert McGee. Robert McGee is a business professor at Ohio State University. He was earned 23. For the first time, I was thinking that I cannot see good. I have eyeglass, but he has earned 23 academic degrees, including 13 doctorates from university in the US, 13. And more than 1,000 articles, book chapters, conference paper, and working papers. Various studies have ranked him #1 in the world for both accounting ethics and business ethics scholarship. He is an attorney and CPA
certified public
account, yes, and has worked on lectures in more than 30 countries. He drafted the accounting law for Armenia and Bosnia and reviewed the accounting law for Mozambique. He was in charge of assisting the finance ministry of Armenia and Bosnia convert their countries to international financial reporting standards. He is also stay tuned now. He's also a world champion in Taekwondo, Karate Kung Fu. You may say more because for me it's Kung Fu. Has won more than this is old, but now it's over 1,000 medals.
1,005.
1,005 medals. Gold medals. Yes. It's this kind of and I realized after some checking and together with my colleague that he is ranking the most cited professor in tax evasion in the world.
I think it was an accident.
And the floor is yours if you want some help here.
So before Professor Migi starts, we have to thank Professor Monica Violeta, PhD, for getting us together on behalf of the King Crime team. Many, many thanks.
Good chance there.
Thank you.
There was a second delay, but it was outside and
Love you.
thank you.
Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Here, please. Yeah,
Okay,
here.
you want me to push the buttons?
Yes,
Push the-
because I put your slides
Mhm.
and you have to,
I have to push the button, okay.
yeah, if you want to assist you, I can, I will
Okay.
stay here.
Yeah, I don't know what buttons to push.
Okay.
I have some deficiencies. I don't know anything about computers. Just last week, I learned where the on-off button is. So I'm at the low learning curve stage. So if you would like to push the buttons, that would be great.
Yeah.
Or you
okay,
can
I
show me
will-
what button to
No,
push.
no, it's
If you
okay.
show me what button to push. I
No,
can
no,
do the rest.
it's okay.
Okay. Oh, that one. No.
No, this is the end, so the same like in the other. Okay.
I don't see it.
Ah, okay, to share screen, yes, for the audience, right. That, yes. Okay. Okay, I will assist you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for being here, coming out of your way to look at these presentations. I'd like to thank Professor Monica, especially for
Our
inviting me.
pleasure.
And the Vice Rector and Vice Dean also for supporting this activity. And Professor Christina for giving me a tour of the city. And Professor Mercha for introducing me to Romanian cognac. Yeah, I've learned some things already. Yeah, I apologize for not knowing any of the two official languages of the university. I don't know Romanian. Nem beszélek magyarul. Ich spreche auch kein Deutsch. Ich habe Deutsch gelernt im Auto mit Gesetz in 1970, aber ich habe alles vergessen. Das tut mir leid. So I suppose I can get started since I only
Yes.
have 15 minutes and I just used up 2 or 3.
I wasn't a model regarding 15 minutes, sorry, but I suppose at least you to be a model with this.
Okay, thank you. So I can give you the brief story of how I got involved with financial crime in general and tax evasion in particular. I used to be a tax attorney in Manhattan, in New York City, and I read a lot about tax evasion. I observed some of it. Some of my clients wanted to commit tax evasion. So I just said, no, go somewhere else. I didn't report them to the police. I just said, go somewhere else. And my academic endeavors in tax evasion started in the 1990s, long before the internet. And I used the old-fashioned method. I actually went to a library and looked at books and things. And I found one doctoral dissertation from 1944 that was written by a Catholic priest. He was working on his doctorate in sacred theology. And his dissertation was about the moral duty to pay just taxes. It was a 192-page dissertation. And what he did, he went through the literature, about 500 years of mostly Catholic Christian literature. And over the last 5 centuries, a lot of reasons, a lot of excuses have been given to justify tax evasion. And a lot of them were in the Latin language, which most Americans don't know, but we don't speak Latin in the United States. And so he introduced that whole body of knowledge to the English-speaking readers. He went through it. He cited a lot of authors who wrote in the Latin language 300 or 400 or 500 years ago. And from that, I came up with a sort of a list of the most frequently used excuses or justifications for evading taxes. And I constructed a survey instrument where I listed, I guess you could say, the top 18. And then the survey began with a phrase like tax evasion is ethical if, and then I ran through these 18 reasons that have been given in the past in the Christian, the Catholic literature. And well, actually 15 of those, and then 3 more that were more recent. And I distributed the survey to several groups. And I'm happy to report that other people have used my survey. As far as I know, there have been 90 studies that have used my survey. So I was shocked. I thought I'd be the only one, but at least 90 other surveys have been done using my survey instrument. So that was great. And so, which brings me to this presentation. What am I saying here? The results are, oh, you're keeping right up with me. Good. Okay. Good. Okay. So the goal really is to reduce the amount of tax evasion that goes on. And in order to do that, in order to do a good job of reducing tax evasion, first of all, we have to find the reason why people evade taxes. And my research has looked into that, and every country has a different story. I've distributed the survey, and other people have distributed the survey to a number of countries, a number of different groups. And the same 5 or 6 or 8 reasons pop up as being at the top of the list, but not always in the same order. So what I'd like to go through is just the top few reasons that have been given in the past. And again, the goal is to reduce tax evasion. So first of all, we have to find the causes for tax evasion. And then we have to eliminate the reasons why people evade taxes. And which brings us to the next slide. That one of the top reasons, and again, it's different in every country, but the government is tyrannical. So tax evasion is ethical if the government is tyrannical, like Nazi Germany, Soviet Union, Communist China. And one of the questions on there, this would be like the deal killer, so to speak. Like tax evasion would be ethical if I were a Jew living in Nazi Germany. You know, the Jews have a duty to pay taxes to Hitler, basically. And it's not just Jews, probably anybody living in Nazi Germany could find a valid reason not to pay taxes to Hitler, financing the war machine. And this also goes back to the theory of just war theory. where in the past, if a war was being fought that was not just, there's a perception that there's not only a duty or not only an excuse not to pay, but also a duty not to pay. And this goes back in European history, 300 or 400, even 500 years. And more recently in the United States, during the Vietnam War, there were a lot of protesters that said we shouldn't have to pay for that war because of a variety of reasons. Poses no threat to the United States. It's none of our business, things like that. That's not a widespread perception in the United States. Some people think we should invade every country. Sorry about that. That's not my view. Also, another one, tax evasion is ethical if the government discriminates against me because of my religion, race, or ethnic background. That's more important than in some countries than others. Like in Japan, it's a homogeneous society. They don't have to worry about that. But in multi-ethnic societies, some races, religions are discriminated against, and there's a widespread perception that there's no moral duty to pay a tax to that kind of government. Again, the assumption here is that the government is supposed to be for the people. It's supposed to be the servant of the people, not the masters. When the government becomes the masters, maybe the duty to pay taxes is less than 100%. And tax evasion is ethical if the government imprisons people for their political opinions. Perhaps some of you may be familiar with that. Maybe you know some countries that used to do that. And that's, again, a reason it's been used to justify tax evasion. Tax evasion is ethical if the system is unfair. Of course, nobody can agree. I mean, a group can't agree on what is fair and what is unfair. But basically, it's unfair if you think you're paying too much. That's
Yeah.
one reason. And that's the reason in the past, even going back hundreds of years, that the duty to pay taxes, there's no duty or reduced duty if there's a perception that the tax system is unfair. So one way to reduce that is to make it into a fair system if we can agree on what's fair. And another reason it's been used in the past, if tax rates are too high, then there's either no moral duty or a reduced moral duty to pay. There's the perception that after a certain amount, the duty to pay stops. And that's widespread. I found that in a lot of countries, that although you owe some moral duty to pay taxes, it's not an absolute moral duty. At some point, if the government does more to you than it does for you, maybe that's the time to stop in terms of morality. And I found that to be the case in several countries.
Yeah.
Mhm. And tax evasion is justified if tax funds wind up in the pockets of corrupt politicians, their friends and family, or if the government is corrupt. That's another reason it's widespread. It's been given in many countries as for one reason why they evade taxes. That if you pay taxes and it doesn't do anything for you, it just helps government officials. I don't know why I'm thinking of Joe Biden at the moment. There's
A question from the audience, from our vice rector.
yes.
Let me interrupt the third. So these are top reasons for incentive not to pay,
Well, the
or
reason,
actually what is really happening, you know, because with the tyrannical, I can understand that they did not have intention, but then they were very afraid.
right?
And then they complied very much with the taxes.
Yes. Yeah, but then this has to do with ethics, morality. In the past, some people say, I don't pay taxes because the government's tyrannical and the system is unfair. I don't get enough out of the government. You know, the government is the master, not the servant. These are just reasons that have
They
been
were
given.
not really not paying them, because actually they were very afraid, I guess, in those
Yeah.
tyrannical systems.
Yeah,
So they may have incentive not to pay, but finally
they pay.
they pay.
And there's sort of a joke within the United States that, you know, I don't like to pay taxes, but I pay them. It's like a bribe to stay out of prison. So, yeah,
Not corruption is no good.
yeah. And some people, small minority in the United States regard the United States government as just a legalized mafia, so to speak, that they're the criminal element and we just pay them to keep out of our houses, keep out of our businesses. And it's like that in some other countries as well. If there's a perception that government is a master instead of a servant. Now, it started off 200 years ago in the United States. The government was supposed to be the servant of the people. And now it's moving in the direction where it thinks it's the master. And that's why a lot of Americans have guns, so that if it gets worse, we can do something about it. And but that's a whole nother story. And again, these reasons have been given historically in the literature for reasons why people justify tax evasion. They use it as an excuse. They don't want to pay. And sometimes, a lot of times, they pay anyway, but they resent paying taxes for a government that doesn't do anything for them. If it's corrupt, especially, and again, I'm thinking of Joe Biden because he's under investigation right now for taking bribes from Russia, Ukraine, China, and Romania. Romania is also there. I don't know what's going on there because it hasn't really, the details haven't been released yet. And the Justice Department in the United States has become corrupt. It's controlled by Joe Biden. So the Justice Department isn't investigating it. The House of Representatives, which is controlled by the opposition party, Republicans, they're investigating Joe Biden and the Justice Department for covering up all these bribes that he has supposedly received. Not directly, though, but through 9 family members. Hunter Biden, one of his sons, has been getting a lot of money. He pays kickback between 10% and 50% to President Biden, supposedly. I mean, that's what they're saying anyway. And family members, including even some of his grandchildren, have received money for consulting fees. The real grandchildren like that getting money for consulting fees. So it can't be traced to President Biden because it's the grandchildren receiving the money. And this has started to come out, but the Justice Department is trying to suppress the information because it's controlled by Joe Biden. And so there's a big election coming up in November 2024. There's a movement to get rid of all those corrupt people at the top. But then the Democratic Party says they're not corrupt at all. You're just making it all up. So, and the press seems to be controlled mostly by the Democrats. They're suppressing the information. But there are some members of the press, Fox News and a few others, that are trying to come out and publicize the story before the election because that'll change votes. So I didn't mean to talk about any of that during this presentation, but it's sure.
Yeah, please,
So
Professor.
maybe just to jump in, because I think all of us do pay taxes. The 2 reasons you mentioned in the last slide, which was about, if you feel that the tax system is unfair or if the tax rate is too high. How do you, in your experience, how many people can actually evade taxes if they think like that? Because I believe it's a human nature, whenever they pay taxes, probably, there's always a perception that we are paying, too high, or maybe, the tax system is not fair, we are not getting the benefits, we are sharing the benefits with, a larger public. In your experience, do they really work? And, if they do work, what is the mechanism?
It's very difficult to evade taxes in the United States for most people because the taxes are taken out of their paycheck before they even receive it. So the people who evade would be private business people if they have their own business. And in that case, a lot of times they evade not by not reporting the income, but by overstating the deductions. They'll deduct some personal expenses that should not be deductible. They'll sometimes, if they're really crooked about it, they'll make fake invoices that make it look like expenses. They'll have non-existent companies and they'll print up invoices, things like that. It's not very widespread. The kind of entrepreneurs who evade are the ones who deal in cash business. And a lot of business is done by credit cards. And it's more difficult to evade if you receive payment by credit cards because there's a record of it. But for cash businesses, I've noticed this, especially not so much in the United States, but there's a lot of cash business going on in other parts of the world, like Asia, Latin America, Eastern and Central Europe. A lot of times, if you pay cash, you get a reduced price. And I ran into that when I was in Ukraine and Russia. I would try to buy something with a credit card, and they said if you pay cash, it's 10% off.
May I put you a question, Professor?
Sure.
In our country now is a big debate regarding the limits to put in the law. Yes, the enforced to put a limit for the cash at 10,000 lei, which is how much euros? 2,000 euros. Yes. So how about in your country? There is some type of limits of cash, of using cash?
Well, you can use.
And which
it-
is your opinion?
Well, my opinion, that's,
Yeah.
so you're asking me two questions.
Okay.
Okay, there's a law in the United States that if you take money out of the country, you can take as much out as you want, but you have to declare it if it's $10,000 or more. And for transactions, even electronic transactions involving the bank has to report any transaction that's over $10,000. So what some people do, what some companies do, instead of giving someone $15,000, they'll give them 7,500 and then another 7,500, so they can go under that $10,000 limit. But if there's an appearance that that's what they're doing, the bank has a duty to report that to the Internal Revenue Service. So even if you go under the 10,000 limit, if there's an appearance that you're trying to evade that rule,
The limits
the banks have to report it anyway.
for detecting money laundering. Yes.
Yeah, money laundering.
Yes,
yeah.
but cash, the minimum level of amount of cash,
10,000.
10,000.
and-
Okay,
and-
so it's higher
Well, that's
than.
the official level, but sometimes, like, if you deposit a lot of cash to a bank, in a bank, even if it's less than 10,000, the banks have the option of reporting it to the IRS anyway. And if you have a cash business, maybe taking $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 a day in cash, that adds up. And so the IRS looks for things like that to see if maybe there's something funny going on. If you're a cash business, the IRS tends to focus on that because there are more opportunities to evade taxation by doing that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we go further?
It makes all this other stuff sort of boring by comparison, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's up to you.
This is the good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That I could diverge from my regular thing here and talk about my experiences in Ukraine and Russia.
Okay,
Okay, yeah.
so I have to go further. Yes. There are
Oh,
two
okay,
more slides,
yeah,
and
and then you're gonna kick me out, right? Okay, yeah,
not really.
okay. Well, some studies that have gone beyond just asking for the reasons why people have justified tax evasion in the past, and we go into demographic differences like gender. In most cases, women are either significantly more opposed to tax evasion than men, or else men and women are equally opposed, depending on the country, depending on what group is being asked the questions. In very few cases.
We mean more against tax evasion.
More against, yeah. Yeah, women are more firmly against tax evasion than men in many cases. And in other cases, men and women are equally opposed. In very few cases, men are more equally opposed. And in Turkey, there was a case, and in Vietnam, those are two countries where the men were significantly more opposed to tax evasion than women. And that was highly unusual because it's usually either women are more opposed or else are equally opposed. So every country is different. And even within the same country, in some countries or in some surveys, Turkish women were significantly more opposed, and in other surveys, men were significantly more opposed in Turkey. So, as they say, there's always room for more research, right?
Yeah, sure.
Preferably fun.
How about the age, Prof? The age?
And age, in general, the older a person is, the more strongly opposed they are to not only tax evasion, but bribery and a bunch of other things. Because as people get older, they tend to have more respect for the law in general. And that holds not only for tax evasion, but from other studies that have been done of other moral issues. Older people tend to be more opposed to breaking any wide range of laws, including tax evasion. And income
Education.
level.
Regarding education, I'm very interested to find your opinion because they are different.
There are, yeah,
Yeah.
for the relationship between education level and attitude toward tax evasion, there's about 5 different possibilities. In some cases, there's a linear relationship where the more education you have, the more opposed you are to tax evasion. But then in other countries, it's just the opposite. The more education you have, the less opposition there is to tax evasion. And maybe because more educated people know what's going on more and they don't like what's going on. And so they support tax evasion more. And then,
or find different loops in the law to make it possible to make tax evasions.
What he meant is that, CPAs and CAs are the ones who would help with, tax evasion. With, finding the loopholes in the system.
yeah, well, with the CPAs and attorneys who have clients, they get punished rather heavily for helping their clients evade taxes. One client I had, he was a chiropractor, and he said, I only want to pay $400 in taxes, make it happen. So I said, well, you're really gonna have to go to someone else for that. Because I don't know how widespread that kind of thing is, but I know that a lot of his patients paid cash for chiropractic services. And so I was looking at his cash deposits in the bank, and I said, yeah, you're only reporting this much in income, but you're putting this much in the bank for cash. And so I asked, where's that money coming from? And he said, oh, my father gives me money sometimes. And so there's some of that going on as well. And again, if you have a cash business, you can do that kind of thing. But there are safeguards, again, like as a CPA or a tax attorney, I would not be able to handle him as a client if he did something like that. I'd have to tell him just go somewhere else. I don't have a duty to report that, but I would just say go somewhere else. And they can usually find people to help them do that. They're probably not certified public accountants or attorneys, but in the United States, you don't have to be a CPA or an attorney to help someone with taxes. There are lower level people who can do that too.
Okay. How about religion? Because here I have also a big concern. Romania is the most religious country in the European Union, and the level of corruption and shadow economy is the highest. How could you explain this?
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
well, you have to forget logic.
it's logic
Forget logic.
to forget logic.
Forget logic.
Right.
Yeah. The different studies have shown different things. But in a country that has more than one dominant religion, you can test to see using p-values and so forth to see which religion supports corruption in general, or bribery or tax evasion. And the results differ by country. In some countries with a heavy Muslim population, they're very much opposed to tax evasion. And in other countries, they really don't care about tax evasion at all. Like in Yemen, everybody loves tax evasion. It's like the favorite indoor sport in Yemen. But in some other countries, it isn't. And then I did an article one time. This is, before the internet, I saw this book on Islamic business ethics, and they had one chapter about tax evasion. And the scholar that wrote that said that if you're a Muslim, there's no need to pay any tax. It's based on income, or any tax that causes prices to rise, like a sales tax, value-added tax, or a tariff. And there's absolutely no duty to pay those taxes. That was his opinion, this Muslim scholar. So I wrote that. That's the only source I could find back in the 1980s, before the internet. And so I wrote about that in an article. And then in 2011, I got an email from a Muslim scholar in the United States, and he said, you're completely wrong. The Muslim view, that based on the Islamic literature, is that it's always prohibited to evade taxes. And the reasoning there is that Allah owns everything, and if you evade taxes, you're stealing from Allah. But well, I should get to the next chapter before giving you the final ending here. I was writing a book for Springer on tax evasion, and I invited him to write an article giving his views, or a book chapter giving his views, and so he did. And he said just what I just said, that you're stealing from Allah if you evade taxes. But that was only in cases where the country is governed by Sharia law. And he evaded the issue of what do you do if you're a Muslim and you don't live in a country that's ruled by Sharia law. And the implication was that it's okay to evade, but he didn't say that. And so the Islamic literature goes to both extremes. Either it's always okay or it's never okay. And then there's some in between. And the Christian literature, like for Catholics, there's a lot of information about Catholic views toward tax evasion. And it depends on where you are. If you're a Catholic living in the Scandinavian countries, tax evasion is prohibited. If you're in Latin America or Italy or Spain, it's not too bad. Evade a little bit if you want, it's okay. So even within Christianity, there are differences of opinion, mostly determined by where you live. So there's a lot of cultural influences there as well. And Protestants think differently about tax evasion than Catholics. Protestants tend to be more against tax evasion than Catholics in general. And there's one branch of Christians in particular.
I mean, the old one that we have in Europe was Lutherans and so on and so forth, and the new Protestants in America is already. Do you know if there is a difference inside the group of Protestants?
Yeah, there is. There's not just Catholics and Protestants, there's Catholics and a whole different kind of Protestants. But within the Protestants who are Baptists, they tend to be very strongly against tax evasion. Whereas Methodists and Lutherans, well, some Lutherans are against it and some not so many. And there's another group of Christians, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, often called Mormons. And I asked some Mormons to do an article on that, and it also turned into a book chapter for one of my books. They went through the Mormon literature and they couldn't find a single example where tax evasion could be justified. And so the Mormons, a branch of Christianity, they were the most strongly opposed to tax evasion. So even within Christian groups, there's a difference in Christian groups, even the same Christian group in different countries, they have varying views on tax evasion because there's a lot of cultural things going on as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think it's a room for discussion at the subsections
Okay.
and at the
Good.
dinner, gala dinner.
Oh, okay, good. You're going to feed me then after this, right? Okay. Yes, I will lecture for food.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you very much, Professor. Here is our certificate of attendance. Yes.
I can prove I was here.
Yes, and here is our book. I have to show our book. Actually, we co-author and it's all the financial crime team. Financial crime in Romania Community Full Survey, which was a common work together with Professor Miki.
And thank you.
Thank you. And I have another. And my current book already published, Economic and Financial Crime, Sustainability and Good Governance, which I edited at Springer. So this is a surprise for you. So it's my pleasure and thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Now we go further to our next speaker. It's my pleasure. Yes, thank you. I put your presentation on the stick, but I will assist you. It's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Mirza Navazis Elahi, which is professor at Excelia Business School, Rochelle, France. And he belongs to the finance department. The teaching specializations are corporate finance, financial analysis and reporting, investment management and asset pricing, mergers and acquisitions, financial risk management, international finance. If we check the biography, indeed, we may find a very, very interesting and amazing activities. Mr. Mirza obtained a doctorate in management science, specializing in finance from the University of Paris, Dauphine, in 2010. He has more than 15 years of experience in consulting and teaching in Australia, Singapore, the United Arab Emirates, and France. Dr. Navazis Mirza regularly appeared in renowned international media like CNBC, China Daily, Gulf News, and so on, talking about international economic and financial issues. He is also editor-in-chief of Journal of Finance, Risk Finance, and co-editor of Economic Research, associate editor of Journal Sustainable Finance and Investment, and guest editor of Energy Economics. Really, you are guest editor? I have another review paper there.
It's not in my issue.
Wow, Energy Economics, yeah. EQ1, right? Okay. Research Policy and Climate Change Economics. We also would like to thank to Professor Mirza for put at our availability, let's say so, the presentation in our conference to be published in the two SG journals like Journal of Finance and Journal of Accounting and Finance. Thank you very much for this possibility, for this opportunity, and thank you for being here for your nice presence. The floor is yours now. Yes, just
Stop sharing.
yes, just let me. Okay. Yes, I will put this and then with this. Yes. The floor is yours,
Okay.
and you can do it, right?
course.
With this,
Yes.
with this, right?
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. With this.
It should work with this one. A page down. Yeah.
Enter, I think.
And
Okay.
focus,
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. So probably it's already afternoon, so I would say good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry, I think, there is a problem with the font that I used and, what is here on the slide, probably, I think the system doesn't have, so, I apologize for maybe, some of the slides which would be a little bit messy. Primarily, I would like to thank Professor Monica, Professor Viorella, I think she left, and Professor Christina for all the hospitality. This is our first time in Romania and of course, Cluj. And, to be honest, Cluj is a city, with which you will fall in love. So, we are really having an excellent time. And I've been working with Professor Monica now for a while, I think 3-4 years that we are collaborating across, different types of research and, book projects. But I really would like to congratulate you on this particular project because, like from your presentation, I noted that, this project has resulted in about 20 publications, 4 PhD theses, and above all, the data portal that you showed. I think that is an excellent resource for the researchers, and I'm sure, a lot of your students and your, doctoral school participants will benefit from it. Coming to, the selection of the topic. So as of now, in finance, there is, a lot of discussion around sustainability practices and, what we know as the environmental, social, and governance compliance for the businesses. European Union has recently come up with, one of the, I would say, comprehensive disclosure requirements related to, CSR, which now has to be adapted by, most of the companies and businesses across the EU. So I was thinking that, for this particular, conference and, related to this project, there is, as your finance grows, as your practices would evolve, the crime or the financial crime, as we say, would always, creep in. So while there is, the financial products which are increasing, getting more, I would say, acceptance around the globe, there are also loopholes which are there, because of which ultimately, there will be always a possibility of financial crimes, and which needed to be, of course, stopped right at the beginning. Right. So when I was, when Monica, shared with me the agenda, I thought it's a very evolving topic. So that is why, I was very happy to actually invite, papers for this conference to be considered for the two journals where I'm editor-in-chief, because of course, we would like to, as editors, we always would like to publish things which are not only relevant, have impact, but also can get citations in the future. So coming to this particular aspect, where we are going to link now sustainability practices as such with the financial crime, or the possibilities of the loopholes which are there. Till now, most of the debate in finance especially is across what we call as the transitional risks, which is, a business is there and it would like to adapt, some sustainable practices. So banks are going to finance them, financial markets are going to finance them. So how do you manage that transition? But there is very less debate across the physical risks of the climate change. And I think in the European Union, we have experienced, at least in the last 3 years, some massive climate changes, which has led to, extreme physical risks. Either they are in form of floods, or they are in form of, forest fires. So this has impacted largely, a lot of stakeholders, including insurance companies, banks, etc. So that is where, the gap still exists, where, the impact of this linkage is not really explored till now. Most of the focus, like I said, is on the transitional risk. The regulations are mostly there to basically facilitate a smooth transition from, as they call, black business to a green business. Okay. Now, of course, all these problems and, in terms of financial issues lead to, certain risks, either in terms of credit, for banking, or for market risk, or, operational and liquidity risk. Now, the impact of, for the general audience, when we talk about climate risk, sustainability, etc., it might not sound very intuitive in nature. But what is there to, understand is that if the climate degradation continues, and, if we see the progression and the expected progression in the global climate, and the temperatures, we see a lot of economic issues associated with it. So these economic issues will not only come from, the transitional phases, but also more from the physical, problems that will be there. So for example, if by 2050 and 2100, these are basically the timelines which have been suggested by the Paris Agreement, it is considered as the Bible of, sustainability practice. You can see that there is a significant drop in the economic growth. Now, you can imagine that while we are facing, other issues, other challenges, inflation, etc., this added dimension is going to have more problems, in terms of the, economic, it will have economic influence, and, we are likely to have, problems in terms of the economic production. Now, the target is, for right now, maybe it's a very wishful thinking that we remain somewhere at plus 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I think as of now, it is a consensus that temperatures are going to rise, but to what extent? Right. So if we get to net zero, and, we get to basically a situation where, sustainability practices not only are adapted, but they also work, there is a base case scenario that, of course, probably none of us would be alive by, 2100, but, our generations to come will be in a situation where your temperature would be plus 1.5 degrees on average. But the worst case scenario is that it could go as high as 5.8 degrees, in terms of average from where we are right now. So you can imagine, if that happens again, the medium of your problems would be that your glaciers will melt, your, floods would be immense, and ultimately, that will degrade a lot of, economic, realities. So for this, Paris Agreement, like I mentioned, has been, a fact check. But what also motivated me for this particular, presentation are the statistics that I'm presenting on this slide. 2025, and we are into 2015, and we are in 2023. So it's already 8 years since this Paris Agreement was, adapted, signed. They were put on the walls, and there were discussion about sustainability goals, etc., etc. But what is happening really, in since 2015? I think, and I was personally surprised because when I looked at these facts, which were actually released recently, since 2015 to today, when we should have been more proactive towards sustainability, actually $1 trillion has been poured into what we call as, the fossil fuel industry, the businesses which are ultimately responsible for higher emissions. Now, of this $1 trillion, you can see that we have basically companies like Shell, Total, then, Saudi Aramco, basically, all those fossil fuel, high emitting companies. They have raised this capital, and who are the contributors to these capitals? The good banks, which have been publishing on their website their, CSR disclosures, and who have been talking about, going green, etc. So you can see, you name the bank, it's there. So we start from JP Morgan, Citibank to, Barclays, HSBC, the bank where I used to work, BNP Paribas, so all those, banks are there. So, this is where we really have a problem. That on one side, we are looking at, sustainability development goals, which are, pushing and forcing these companies and countries and, banking sector to evolve and adapt more, green solutions. But in reality, this is what is happening. Right. So clearly that means, there needs to be, something which has to be done. Now, when you look at, this kind of, evolution of fossil fuel, there is, of course, something good which is going on, so you have evolution of green finance, etc. But there now the problems would be coming in terms of, the crime or, the evasion from, or, trying to benefit from the loopholes in the system to ultimately have, benefits, have financial benefits, but which are really going to be damaging for the sustainability goals. Now, greenwashing is something which is now being, discussed a lot, not only in academic literature, but mostly into the popular media. And, the slide I showed you earlier is actually a classical example of greenwashing. So companies are, indulging still in non-sustainable practices, but at the same time, they are promoting or luring in, ethical investors or, green investors or environmental conscious investors to, basically invest in their products, in their portfolio, in their assets. So this graph is actually an evolution of, the greenwashing discussion that has been happening. And you can see that there is a spike, more recently. So like I said, it takes some time to actually realize the evolution of, banking practices, financial practices. So we see now that a lot of discussion is revolving around, the greenwashing, right? And, if, for example, right now, if you go to, BNP Paribas website, you will find a whole fancy disclosure of their, green, going green and, their environmental friendly, propositions. But if you want to check what they are actually doing, the thing that I showed you in the last slide, it's hidden in their balance sheet, or you will see it maybe in, the footnotes to the financial statements. They are not going to be very obvious, right? So greenwashing is, one of the problems, one of the, issues that are there in terms of, which could be, a hindrance to achieving the real sustainability and the sustainability goals. Then we have, the infamous or the famous, carbon credit and emission trading schemes, which are very much adapted in the European Union. So much so that, I mean, of course, you might be aware that this is where Tesla is making money. Tesla does not make money by selling its cars. Tesla is making money actually by selling its carbon credits. So
the problem here is that like any trading scheme, like any, financial product, there is always, a possibility of ultimately, the what we call as the price manipulation, or ultimately, basically, market making, etc. So if you are a strong company and if you hold a lot of carbon credits, there is always a tendency that you can actually make the market. Again, the volume is clearly, obvious how much is, the price evolution, and you can see that carbon credits, has really gained attention in the last few years, especially, if you see in the post-COVID period, this has emerged as, one of the interesting, options to invest, right? And of course, here is a disclaimer that I do have investment in these carbon credits, so I can, tell you personally, how they have been evolving over time, and what kind of payoff is there. So like, other markets which are manipulated, the sustainable markets have also a potential for manipulation. Then we have, something which is again very common in the banking sector, which is the regulatory arbitrage. Previously, this arbitrage has been on in terms of, the capital that you have and, the loans that you will extend or the credit that you will extend. But recently, this regulatory arbitrage is more in terms of ultimately, benefiting from, having your facilities, having your businesses where ultimately the compliance to the environmental protection is relatively, on a lower side, right? And, for this regulatory arbitrage, I mean, one of the classical examples could be where I think, which probably will not be, I hope, the case, but, in the US, when they enacted the Inflation Reduction Act, they have provided extra benefit for the cars that are going to be produced in US, the electric cars, compared to, the European manufacturers. So now if you would like to do this arbitrage, the companies like, BMW or, Renault or, the French manufacturers need to shift a significant part of their production to the United States. So this is, a typical example where your regulatory arbitrage could and can happen. Regulatory arbitrage is basically emerging also because European Central Bank has imposed strict capital requirements against the climate risk. So, if you follow the news in the last couple of months, they have realized, the stress testing results and ultimately, what kind of exposure the European banks have towards the ultimately, to the climate. And if you have more exposure to the climate, you have to keep more capital. That means you need to raise more money just to be, climate compliant. So in that case, of course, if there is a possibility and, you could basically lend to, borrowers where, climate concern is not that much, ultimately it could help you in basically, settling your, capital requirements. Then we have also, this is something which is related to, greenwashing, but again, mostly towards, the investment domain, that companies may and they do exaggerate, their compliance with investment-friendly technologies and, projects for their sustainability goals. Now, you should not be surprised that, as the EU is leading, from the front on this, climate change war. Comparatively, most of the investments or, the green investment which have been done by the fund managers are in Europe, right? So the more investment you have, the more chances are there ultimately to, work around these, environmentally friendly technologies. And, while you claim that they are environmental friendly, they are really not. Environmental corruption. This is something which was, of course, a topic of discussion for yesterday's thesis defense, for Monica's, student. A lot of, problem in climate is actually, like I mentioned, coming from the physical risks, which are, from the deforestation, which is from ultimately, getting environment permits, using, extraordinary measures or, having corrupt practices. So as a global estimate, the natural resources of 91 billion, and 250 billion annually are stolen by criminals. So basically this deprives countries of revenue and development opportunities, right? So this is why I think the conclusion from yesterday's debate was very relevant, that such actions needs to be stopped at the beginning rather than, trying to curtail them as, punitive after the thing has happened. In the forestry sector alone, the illicit trade is valued at about $13 billion, and this is the fourth largest, illegal trade after drugs, counterfeiting, and human trafficking. So you can imagine, the nature of, deforestation and the volume of deforestation, and, mind this, that at the end, these, deforestation will have, significant physical risk and, of course, challenges for ultimately the larger economy. So having said these, these are some of the things, which probably needs to be researched more, because like I said, this is very new, this is very, recent, because now we are observing, the data that has been coming, after 9 or 10 years of, the signing of the Paris Agreement, and ultimately, what we can see or what we cannot see about the sustainability and the sustainable practices. So in the end, I think it is very obvious for all of us, and this is where I think combating climate change is more of a social responsibility, because it might not hurt us right now, but it will of course hurt, the generations which are going to come. So we do not have an option but to, adapt climate change, because of course there is no plan B, right? We don't have a planet B, so there's no plan B. And like I, discussed throughout, that one of the medium would be that we minimize the potential of the financial crimes that ultimately could, kind of limit the sustainable practice and the sustainable goals, and more importantly, in the financial sector and in the financial intermediaries, because they will be the ones which are going to be the backbone of this transition, because, for the businesses, they need money, and it is coming from the financial sector. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And please take our certificate. Yes, it's sign of our gratitude. And here a book. And I already give you, but to be officially. Thank you very much, Professor. I liked a lot the way in which you relate financial crime with the current trend of sustainable development, environment, social, and governance. So this is a very nice and hot topic of the future research.
I think it gives you an idea for your future book now.
Yeah. Which will be in a common. We already done this. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything. And I forgot to say that yesterday, Professor Mirza was involved in a PhD commission here at the fourth PhD in finance of mine. And for the first time in my life, due to his help, we got an excellent qualificative. And for sure, Alexandra, Mr. Professor Alexandra Horovet and Professor Cosmin Tilagi, together a common work for this. Thank you very much. It's a very big honor for me. Thank you. And then now, yes. The next speaker, our keynote speaker from today, the last but not the least, from the international space, I would like to introduce Professor Guglielmo Maria Caporale, divisional lead and professor in economics and econometrics at Brunel University, London. Regarding Professor Caporale, we have to say that he is Professor of Economic and Finance, Divisional Lead for Economics and Econometrics, and Director of the Center of Empirical Finance at Brunel University, London. He is also CAOS I4 Research Network Fellow, and then RCEA Rimini Center for Economic Analysis Senior Fellow. Prior to taking up his current position, he was a research officer at the National Institute of Economic and Social Research in London, a research fellow, and then a senior research fellow at the Center for Economic Forecasting at London Business School, professor of economics at the University of East London, professor of economics and finance, and director of the Center for Monetary and Financial Economics and at London South Bank University. He has also been visiting professor at both London Metropolitan University and research professor at DIW Berlin and Navarra Center for International Development. A lot of places. Amazing. He carries out editorial duties for various academic journals, including Journal of International Money and Finance, International Review of Economics and Finance, International Economics Machine Learning with Applications, Journal of Economics and Finance, SM Business and Economics, and so on. We are very honored to have you here in our great event, and thank you very much for your efforts to be here with us. The floor is yours, Professor.
Let's see.
Little assistant, and an assistant. It could be okay.
Yeah, this should be okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you.
first of all, let me thank Monica for a very kind introduction, also for organizing this event, very interesting event. My thanks also go to the rest of the team. It's clearly a great team. And also to university authorities which are supporting it. I should point out that financial crime is in a relatively recent research interest of mine. So I've only very recently made a few contributions to this research area, mainly focusing on the impact of cyber attacks on cryptocurrency markets. And what I'm planning to do in the 15 minutes or so which have been allocated is to provide an overview of some findings which are reported in a chapter included in the book Monica has just finished editing on economic and financial crime. So the title of the chapter is Cyber Attacks, Cryptocurrencies, and Cybersecurity. Well, you are all aware of the relatively recent introduction of cryptocurrencies and also how widely used they've become. As a result, they've also become a favorite target for cyber attackers, including cyber criminals, hackers, and frauders. And so the chapter included in Monica's book provides some new extensive evidence on the effects of cyber attacks using data which have been collected from Armageddon, as well as cybersecurity on realized returns, risk-adjusted returns, realized volatilities, and trading volumes of three main cryptocurrencies, namely Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. And to be more specific, we look at the impact of 4 different types of cyber attacks: cybercrime, cyber espionage, activism, and cyber warfare on 4 target sectors, including, in addition to cryptocurrency exchanges, government, industry, and finance. And those are data concerning a lot of countries, to be more precise, 113 countries. So it's quite an extensive empirical exercise we do. as I say, we consider not just returns, but also risk-adjusted returns, namely the return to risk ratio. These are constructed using realized returns and weighted realized covariances as the return and risk components, respectively. So we construct a measure which takes into account systemic risk through the correlations, as well as the change in market capitalizations among cryptocurrencies, and as well as the each currency on risk, because all these components could be affected by cyber attacks. And we've got daily data over a 4-year period for different types of cyber attacks, as well as cybersecurity. And we also have in the model some control variables, specifically stock market liquidity and financial market uncertainty. Just to give you a preview of what we find, the main findings are as follows. We find that enhanced cybersecurity increases both the realized and risk-adjusted returns and the trade volumes of cryptocurrencies by reducing risk and boosting investor confidence in the safety of the digital environment. And of the 3 cryptocurrencies which we considered, one which benefits the most from cybersecurity is Ethereum. So to a large extent compared to Bitcoin and Litecoin. In the case of Bitcoin and Litecoin, what we find is that these 2 cryptocurrencies can be characterized as, in terms of risk-loving arbitrageurs overreacting to the cyber attacks which target those cryptocurrencies, as well as the industry sector. And this type of behavior is attenuated by stronger cybersecurity in the case of Bitcoin, and it is intensified instead in the case of Litecoin in the presence of cyber attacks. So essentially, our study tries to contribute to 2 strands of the literature. One focusing on fintech, which, as you know, includes several categories. The other one more generally trying to understand empirical asset pricing. So these are the 2 areas we are contributing to by means of this study. Given the time constraints, I will skip my literature review. Let me tell you a little bit about the data. So what we've got is daily data on the closing prices and trading volumes of 3 cryptocurrencies, as already mentioned, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, over approximately a 4-year period. The data taken from the website Crypto Data Download, which provides data for trading prices using an application programming interface service. These are accurate data, as pointed out in previous studies, in particular Alexander and Dacus. We select these particular 3 cryptocurrencies because they are very representatives in terms of blockchain, smart contract, and altcoin platforms. The data concern 5 cryptocurrency exchanges, and they are the same as the ones used in the study I referred to by Alexander and Dacus. So we are going to run some model using as the dependent variable in turn realized returns, realized volatility, trading volumes, as well as risk-adjusted returns. Okay, let me skip these technical details. In the chapter, you will find also a lot of data description. It is just a graph showing what prices, volumes, and returns look like in the case of cryptocurrencies. we also have data on cyber attacks, which come from a different source, namely Hackmageddon. These are data showing the cyber attack timeline by target industry, country, and cyber attack type. Again, at a daily frequency. This is the frequency we are considering. They are collected from public sources. So it is not a complete sample collection, but it is still quite informative. It provides a wide overview. So we have over 4,000 daily cyber attacks in our data set, targeting 4 sectors, namely government, finance, industry, and cryptocurrency markets. And so what we do is we construct some binary variables, 0-1 variables corresponding to each type of attack, namely cybercrime, cyber espionage, hacktivism, and cyber warfare, as well as binary variables corresponding to each of the sectors we are considering. And then we've got a cybersecurity variable, as I mentioned before, which comes from a NASDAQ database. So this is the essential information about the data being used for the empirical exercise. There are some graphs in the chapter which show that the most important cyber attacks are those targeting industry, and the main type is cybercrime. Let me skip this. Let's skip the statistics. Okay, it's this type of model we are considering, where the dependent variable is in turn returns, adjusted returns, volumes, and volatility. So as you can see in the context of the model, we have a variable for cybersecurity, as I mentioned before, binary variables corresponding to each of the sectors and each of the types of cyber attacks, and then interaction variables between cybersecurity and each of the sectors to assess the or how effective cybersecurity is in each case. So what do we find? Very briefly, well, it's clear that stronger cybersecurity in all cases leads to high realized returns and lower realized volatilities or risk, although the size of the effect changes across sectors. Both Litecoin and Litecoin overreact to cyber attacks targeting cryptocurrencies. We also find that an increase in stock market liquidity, this is one of the control variables, reduces realized returns. So investors regard stocks and cryptocurrency markets as substitutes, essentially. That's the implication of this finding. Moreover, stronger cybersecurity increases trading volumes by creating a safer financial environment, making investors more confident. And that confidence is instead undermined by cyber attacks in all cases. Okay, as I said, stock market liquidity affects returns. It tends to reduce returns, also the risk-adjusted returns, a result which is consistent with previous findings in the literature. So just to summarize very briefly, what we try to do is shed new light on the effect of cyber attacks and cybersecurity on 3 cryptocurrency markets, as well as other target sectors, namely government, industry, and finance, considering 4 types of cyber attacks: cybercrime, cyber espionage, hacktivism, and cyber warfare, using appropriate data sources. And to sum up, what the findings suggest is that stronger cybersecurity is effective in increasing realized and risk-adjusted returns of the cryptocurrencies under examination, even when cyber attacks occur, because cybersecurity creates a safer digital environment, which provides an incentive to investors to increase their trading volumes, and the cryptocurrency benefiting the most from cybersecurity is Ethereum, as I said previously. When cyber attacks occur, hitting cryptocurrency exchanges, investors become risk-loving arbitrageurs and react strongly to such attacks. Those effects are attenuated by cybersecurity. In the case of Bitcoin, intensified in the case of Litecoin. So this is useful information to the cryptocurrency investing community, of course, but also to cyber law enforcement agents, cybercrime investigation units, police, regulators, and other practitioners. And it confirms the key role of policymakers in creating an effective cybersecurity framework to ensure smooth functioning of the cryptocurrency markets and other sectors, even in the presence of cyber attacks, in order to facilitate trading, whatever the risk profile of investors happens to be. Okay, I think I'll stop here and take questions if there are any. But...
Thank you very much, Professor Caporale. Here, your certificate of attendance.
Thank you so much.
To show the family
Yes.
that you were at our conference.
Yes,
And it's my pleasure to give you also the book.
It's the book I was mentioning, yes.
Yes, so it was my pleasure to have Professor Caporale as a co-author in my edited book. So very great honor to publish with me, right? Thank you very much.
Editing the books.
And another souvenir from you, Financial Crime in Romania Community Pulse Survey. I know that you have a lot of relationship with Romania.
Strong, yes.
Actually, her wife is Romanian, so to know better about Romania.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Just several minutes, short break. Maybe you need a coffee. Yeah, no, 2-3 minutes. So coffee, yeah, coffee and water. They are outside. You know? Okay. 2 minutes. Yeah, but with you, sorry. No, but thank you very much for attending. Try to
Okay.
Okay, so in the next session of keynote speakers, we will move forward to the national keynote speakers. We have here six national keynote speakers. So thank you very much for being here. And first, the keynote speaker, national keynote speaker, I'd like to present Anca Adriana Kuzmir, which is Chief Commissary in Romanian Police. More exactly, Police Chief Superintendent, Head of Research Department, Institute of Crime Research and Prevention, Romanian Police. Thank you very much for doing such a long way from Bucharest to be here with us. And thank you very much for your support on behalf of the Romanian National Police. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I know we are late, and I promise to be brief, but allow me to steal 5 seconds to congratulate Professor Achim and to wish her all good luck for the future project that I'm sure are going to be as interesting as the current one. So I'm now representing today here the work of the Institute of Crime Research and Prevention. We are actually a directorate within Romanian General Police headquarters. We don't deal exclusively or even specifically with financial crimes. However, we approach them whenever it's considered necessary, since our role is to provide the information needed in order to improve our work. We are two compartments at the research department, one that is dealing with the criminological studies and one that approaches police community relationship. I will talk now briefly, as I promised, about extended confiscation. And I will try to present some of the results that we carried on, that we reached within our study of 2022. I will start by just showing and just briefly talking about the legal framework at the EU level. I will not describe them. I'm sure they are well familiar, and I will repeat them when I'm talking about Romania. What I would like to point out is that at EU level, there is a high interest in improving confiscation. Since the beginning, confiscation was seen as a very powerful instrument to fight against crime, and especially against organized crime. Of course, their main aim is to gain finances, and by not allowing them to do that is actually a very important way to discourage them and to fight against the crime and against organized crime. Several legal acts were adopted and they were ratified by Romania. I will just pass on the Romanian legal framework. For the first time, we talked about extended confiscation in 2012, when a council decision was transposed in Romania. At that point, extended confiscation was only limited to a certain number of crimes. That changed in 2020 when the law 228 actually increased the area of extended confiscation. What is important to mention is that at EU level, an evaluation made on the directive and on the council framework on asset recovery offices show that actually there is still a very low degree of implementation of the confiscation. So it was raised the question, why exactly, despite all these legal documents and all the efforts, we still don't reach the point that we intended. Actually, there are some sources that say that at the EU level, we lose about $20 million euros every year due to the fact that we do not manage to confiscate the illicit assets of the criminals. So the evaluation made in 2020 showed that there are actually three main reasons why it's very difficult to implement confiscation, not specifically extended confiscation, but confiscation in general. And actually, because it is those three main reasons are because it's very difficult for the legal authorities to identify, trace, and freeze the illicit assets of the criminals, because also there is a difficult asset management procedure that discourage the states to initiate the confiscation procedure, and because the legal instruments that we have so far do not manage to deal with all sorts of organized crime and with all the new modus operandi that the criminals are using nowadays. And a specific point that I will later link to our case is that, for example, it was pointed out within this evaluation that the national authorities have a very difficult or even don't have access to a lot of legal bases that would actually allow them to document and to prove that some of the assets that the criminals do have are came from criminal activity. And due to that evaluation, a new amendment on the legal documents was proposed last year in 2020. It is currently, as far as I know, in debate and will probably be approved this year or the next year. Just to point out about Romania, in our legal code, we do have special confiscation, or what we would call regular confiscation, and the extended confiscation. I will just point out some of the characteristics of the extended confiscation. It applies to criminal offices when they are punishable by deprivation of liberty of at least 4 years or more. In contradiction with special confiscation, it applies to criminals that were convicted, and the court must form a conviction that the assets in question come from criminal activities. However, it is important to point out that this conviction can only be based or can also be based on the difference or the discrepancy between the legal income of the person and their wealth, their fortune, their spendings. And it is also important to point out that it takes in consideration assets that were received, earned in a period of 5 years before the commission of the crime, and sometimes it can be prolonged until the moment when the court issues a notification. It also can be ordered on assets transferred to third parties, with the condition that that third party knows or should know that the goal of this transfer is actually to hide the proveniency, the illicit provenience of the assets. As I mentioned, in contradiction with special confiscation, the assets that can be confiscated can come from an offense that is different than the one for which the person was convicted. In regard to our case in Romania, we are quite similar to Europe. It's still implemented on a frequency. It is mainly adopted in cases of trafficking in person, drug trafficking, mainly big organized crime. In this regard, we can make a distinction between the work and the activity of local criminal groups that are sometimes more specialized or only deal with one type of a crime, and big or complex criminal groups that activate on a larger scale and are actually involved in more criminal activities. So in this case, it's a very useful instrument that you can convict them for an offense, but you can also confiscate the assets that come from other criminal activities, even if it's not, if the authorities are not able to prove that they also are involved in the other types of criminal activities. Now, as mentioned in regard to EU level, also in Romania, it's very difficult to gather information and to document the work of the criminals. Of course, they don't keep the assets on their name. They usually transfer them to other person that also transfer to another person. And of course, they go all the way, not only in Romania, but also in other states, they transfer their money. And from this point of view, it is a very difficult job for legal authorities to document this transfer of money in countries where there is not a good with whom we do not have a good cooperation, because it's very difficult to receive data from that point. And it's also, as it was mentioned for you in general, a very important factor that it's difficult to implement this instrument. Also, it takes time. We must take in consideration that there is a necessity to have a fast or at least a decent legal procedure, and all this activity to gather information and evidence, it takes a lot of time, and it actually leads to prolonging the time of the process. Let's not say that it will end up in expirating the date of the crime is that the offender can be punished for. But however, it is important to keep in mind that this procedure should be shorter in order to make the justice process as equitable for everybody. Also, it's considered a little risky because you can gather information, but you can try to gather, but in the end, it might not end up with the result that you intended, and it will actually only go to prolonging the time. In addition to that, it always must be done cost-benefit analysis, because it's important to send the case in court and to have a conviction even for one type of offense, rather than gathering information and prolonging this time of judging. In regard to confiscation objects, in Romania, we had cases when mobile assets or buildings were jewelry were confiscated. But also in this case, also it is important to mention that, for example, in case of some assets, it's very difficult or not very efficient, let's say, to confiscate them. For example, in case of IT equipment, their value decreases with time. So if the offender bought an EU technique like 5 years ago, Today, if you want to confiscate them, you will not be able to recovery actually the amount of money they were able to use at that point. And also in case of perishable, in case of fruits, vegetables that come from an perishable assets, it's very difficult to confiscate them because it raises the same question: where exactly you can deposit them, freeze them until you will be able to actually recover money from them. Also in Romania, it was pointed out that it's difficult for police and other law authorities to access certain databases that will ease their work. For example, it's difficult to have access to databases about the buildings or the grounds that the person has. Also, when people, it's one point that it will prolong the procedure or make it difficult, but also when an investigator starts to ask about different assets that the person have, it increases the risk that the person will find out about this, because you should keep it as secret as possible. But then I will talk with somebody that works at that institution. I will try to get the information. They will talk with their colleague, not that voluntarily somebody would give information, but however, it is possible to get to the offender. So from this point of view, it would be very useful to have full access to certain databases. What's important is that in the last years in Romania, the collaboration between institutions improved a lot. And also from our point of view, from the police point of view, we benefited from trains from Manabi that allowed our investigators to become more specialized. One particular aspect that is considered to be challenging is the awareness of the third parties, that is sometimes very well used by the offenders, because it's very difficult to prove that the third party knew or should have known that the money or the assets came from an illegal activity. For example, if the offender transfers the assets to their minor child, how exactly can this be proved that the child knew or should have known that? It's practically very challenging, not to say impossible, to prove this.
Actually run by the parent or by another adult who can have a relation to the perpetrator or something like that.
Yes, but it
talking about the database, the other we do have a database that allows us to identify assets of perpetrators, and we are using quite a lot of information from that database from now on. And I would also like to add something to your presentation about the activation crime, because we are looking at financial crime right now. When we try to identify the assets or sum of money that was used from that activation, we also can apply this measure to assets or the sum of money produced from the money came from offenses, invested, and something like that.
I think that you mentioned really well. It's really difficult to investigate, not because the databases that you access, not, but the new versions of Huawei, because they move their assets not to financial institutions, but another really elaborated criminal scenes. That's what become really difficult.
Yes, and also
that must involve all organizations, not only institutions.
yes, but thank you for completing my presentation. However, these data were gathered by from experimented investigators within Romanian police, so it's still a problem. And in addition to that, I would like to point out the case of offenders that are using increasingly the pawn offices. I sure hope I'm saying that right. They open a provisory account, they open it and they close it in the same day. So it's very difficult from that point to trace where exactly the money go. It's still very complex and it should make, yes, and further improvements should be made from this point of view. What I would like to point out also is that significant progress was made. I also mentioned that trainings within police were implemented. Also, in some of the structures, we already have like financial investigators, persons that are specifically trained and are assisting and supporting other police officers in order to be able to complete a financial report and to document all these trace of the assets. However, it still needs further improvement, and I sure hope that in a few years I will come here and have nothing to say. Everything is great. So I promise I'll be brief. I sure hope I managed to be brief.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
Monica, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just, this is out of curiosity. So, with the cryptos and everything, the new dimension of money laundering and financial crime. Do you in Romania had any such incidents where, there such a crime was, criminalized, or where the use of cryptos were involved and, they were.
We do have a specific department that deals with that. I will not be able to respond to you right now, but I will get to you and I will try to ask today.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm
Just a moment. This is for you in the time, at the time of our. Very carefully. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So, mergem la respectăm programul. Okay, and but according to my program, okay. So the next speaker is Mr. Nicolae Supan, Director of the Cluj-Napoca Regional Directorate of Public Finance. So this is a fresh PhD doctor in finance. Actually, it's from
because my English is not very good. I will make my presentation in Romanian language. Sorry about that. Până vine pot să încep. Tema de astăzi este eficientizarea colectării veniturilor la bugetul general consolidat. De ce am ales această temă? Este pentru că, în primul rând, cu asta mă ocup. În al doilea rând, pentru că toate guvernele lumii încearcă să obțină an de an mai mari venituri pentru a-și acoperi costurile bugetare mereu crescânde. La noi problema este extrem de acută. Nu se mișcă de aici,
Okay.
La noi problema este extrem de acută și asta se vede și din ultimele evenimente politice.
Okay, just a short summary, yes.
În sensul că
Summary in English, please. Yes.
The main subject discussed in the agenda of the presentation is about the presentation of the revenues.
Efficiency of collecting taxes.
Yes.
Okay.
Selecting the contributions and effecting the fiscal inspection. And some examples regarding the subject of the presentation.
And final conclusion. Zilele trecute știți cu toții că în Parlamentul României, guvernul și-a asumat răspunderea tocmai pe un pachet de legi care vizează măsuri financiare și fiscale, având în vedere angajamentele României cu Fondul Monetar Internațional și Comisia Europeană de încadrare într-un deficit bugetar de 4,4% în acest an și de 3% în anul viitor. Până în luna iunie, deficitul era undeva de 2,3%. Neatingerea acestor ținte de deficit ar însemna pierderi însemnate pentru România, pentru că România urmează să tragă prin PNRR și alte programe aproximativ 75 de miliarde de euro de la Uniunea Europeană.
Very short.
We are talking about the Romanian policy of the government and the distribution of the revenues between the categories.
Yes, and about the recent regulatory within Romania regarding the fiscal law, in order to cover the big deficit of Romania.
Prin legea care s-a adoptat în urmă cu 2 zile, s-au introdus o serie de impozite noi pentru acoperirea acestui deficit, cum ar fi un impozit de 0,5% pe vânzarea de țiței și gaze, de 2% pe cifra de afaceri a băncilor stabilită conform dispozițiilor legale, pe cifra de afaceri a corporațiilor străine care au un venit de peste 50 de milioane de lei anual, de 1%, sau, deci aici e o condiție cumulativă, ori 16%, ori, dacă suma este mai mare, 1% din cifra de afaceri. S-au luat și măsuri de reducere a cheltuielilor bugetare, în sensul că bugetarele s-au tăiat prin vouchere de vacanță până la un anumit plafon la venituri de 8.000 de lei. Au fost eliminate o serie de funcții publice, ca cea de șef de birou, iar toate posturile vacante care sunt bugetate pe acest an vor fi reduse. Sigur, cu unele excepții, la primărie reducerea este de doar 10%.
With the most recent measures implemented in
The recent law, since 2 days, only 2 days, yes.
We have some measures like cutting some jobs, like
Holiday vouchers.
Yeah, reaching to a top level some imposed rates.
Veniturile realizate de ANAF, am luat semestru pentru că datele să fie comparabile. Am discutat de deficitul pe semestrul 1 2023. Atunci am luat pentru comparabilitate datele pe semestru 1 2020, 2021, 2022. În 2022 ANAF-ul a încasat 179 de miliarde de lei față de 146 în 2020. Pe structură, 64% reprezintă bugetul de stat, bugetul asigurării sociale 23%, 11% bugetul Fondului Național de Asigurări de Sănătate, iar bugetul asigurării pentru șomaj 11%. Această tendință de creștere, se manifestă și în 2023, unde încasările în primul semestru sunt mai mari cu 14 miliarde, ceea ce reprezintă 13,74% față de semestrul 1 al anului 2022. Cu toate acestea, veniturile bugetare am văzut că nu acoperă cheltuielile bugetare, având un deficit de cont curent de 2,32%. În prezent, el a ajuns la 2,50%, care înseamnă un deficit de 42 de miliarde de lei. În continuare, voi prezenta.
So the current account deficit is somewhere in between 2.25 or 2.5%, because unfortunately the revenues collected throughout the budget do not cover the expenditures. You may see the budgetary revenues, the collected gross budgetary revenues collected for the first semester of 2023 as having increased with 13.74%, while the net collected budgetary revenues out of 15.06 billion lei, that's an 8.83% increase.
O noutate care a apărut anul acesta este legată de selectarea contribuabil și efectuarea inspecției fiscale, în sensul că fiscul, în urma riscurilor fiscale pe care le stabilește pentru un contribuabil, este obligat să trimită o notificare în care pune în vedere ca în 30 de zile să își actualizeze situația fiscală, făcând plățile către bugetul de stat. Dacă acest lucru nu se întâmplă, este urmat de o inspecție fiscală. Și asta este o măsură legislativă care să creeze un plus de venituri într-un mod operativ la bugetul statului.
There's a new regulation going on throughout which the National Fiscal Administration notifies the taxpayers and they have 30 days ahead in order to pay their taxes. This is supposed to help on the short and long term by increasing the collected taxes.
Yeah,
am să vă prezint câteva spețe din activitatea, studii de caz, cum se spune, din activitatea practică și am să încep ca să vă dau câteva exemple, să vedeți cam de unde provin diferențele de impozite și taxe pe care fiscul le stabilește. Și o să mă refer mai întâi la TVA. E vorba, de exemplu, de o factură de vânzare către o societate din Germania, identificată prin cod valabil de TVA de 1.700.000 de euro. Factura a fost emisă cu mențiunea de taxare inversă, dar întrucât firma din Germania nu a fost înregistrată în scopuri de TVA în România, nu poate beneficia de acest regim. Prin urmare, a fost impozitată cu cotă de 19% la TVA.
This is the first case study he's going to present us. There's a Romanian company that registered an invoice, a selling invoice on a German company. There was inverse taxation comment or mentioning on that invoice, but unfortunately they could not pay. They were not registered as a German taxpayer in Germany, so they had to pay a 19% value-added tax here in Romania.
Un alt exemplu se referă la impozit pe profit. Societatea înregistrează contravalori de achiziții din Elveția a două facturi mari, una de 90.000 de euro și alta de 25.000 de euro, fără a putea justifica necesitatea desfășurării activității prin folosirea acestor servicii. Conform codului fiscal, aceasta este o cheltuială nedeductibilă care este impozitată, reîntregește profitul impozabil și este impozitată cu cota de 16%. Vă rog.
Just to translate and to understand
study.
the audience, the context. Thank you.
This is the second case study. It's based on taxing profits. Basically, this is the case of a company that registered two invoices of the seen amounts, of the huge seen amounts. They were supposed to be an acquisition, but unfortunately, those services could not be justified by the activity of the society. So they ultimately had to pay taxes on them. With the 16% taxation rate, yes.
Do you want to put the question now? Okay, Professor Ramon Amara, our associate professor in our faculty. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Service management.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can.
Yes. Impozit pe venitul micro-întreprinderilor. Obligația micro-întreprinderile sunt cele care, societățile comerciale, care au o cifră de afaceri în prezent de până la 500.000 de lei, Înainte, cifra de afaceri era între 500 de mii și 1 milion de euro. Deci acum baza a scăzut foarte tare, dar pentru că societăți, o micro-întreprindere nu avea salariați la sfârșitul anului, cota nu este de 1%, sunt două cote, de 1 și de 3%. Și s-a aplicat o cotă de 3% pentru veniturile anului următor. Pentru că societatea s-a încadrat în categoria micro-întreprinderilor fără ca să plătească 3% pe cifra de afaceri realizată.
So micro companies are companies with a turnover of 15,000 lei, and there's a tax difference in imposing it 1% or 3%. And this case study was finally ended up with a 3% taxation rate on the turnover, I believe. Because they did not have enough employees.
La sfârșitul anului anterior. Yes. Exact. Yes, it's okay.
Mergem în general.
Iarăși, un alt caz, o societate, ca să nu își plătească impozitul pe profit, și-a declarat o pierdere de 13 milioane de lei, înregistrată la rândul 39, pierderi fiscale de recuperat din anii precedenți. În urma verificărilor făcute, s-a constatat că în bilanțurile din anii precedenți nu existau astfel de pierderi, ci a pur și simplu înscris acolo. Ba mai mult, s-a constatat că în anul 2020 nu și-a înregistrat în evidențele contabile o serie de venituri realizate din vânzarea mai multor apartamente în baza unor contracte încheiate cu clienții care ar însuma o sumă de 1.795.000 de lei. Deci, pierderea nu a fost luată în seamă și a fost impozitat acest venit neînregistrat de 1.795.000 de lei cu cota de 16%.
This is another interesting case study with a company that merely registered the losses. So they merely put down that 13 million lei in losses out of nowhere. When they instrumented the case, they noticed the fact that there were no registered losses the years before. And even more than that, the company sold some apartments and they finally ended up being taxed on the 1,795,000 lei, which were a plus.
Data manipulation.
Yes, the loss never existed.
Yes, is the case also with the multinationals with a lot of losses, but huge turnover, but losses. Open room for research.
Un alt caz se referă iarăși la o taxă neadmisă la deducere. Odată, aici e un caz un pic mai complex. Din total sumă de 1.600.000, o parte de 1.200.000 reprezintă un TVA aferentă cheltuielor cu achiziție servicii de închiriere de utilaje, care nu se regăsesc ca și venituri realizate în activitatea firmei. Deci e o cheltuială fictivă efectuată de către societate. De asemenea, este un TVA neadmis de 156.000 la deducere, care reprezintă o limitare la 50% a dreptului de deducere TVA, aferent leasing-ul unor vehicule care nu sunt utilizate în scopul desfășurării activității firmei. Deci, legea te lasă să-ți poți deduce TVA, dar doar 50%, dacă nu demonstrezi că mașina ți necesară pentru scopul activității. Dacă te plimbi cu mașina, mi se pare normal să nu existe deloc, dar legiuitorul a lăsat această
This is another case study of the VAT tax, which was not admitted as being exempted from taxation. And the sources are different. One of them being the use of the car
in leasing.
The leasing car for own purposes, not for the purpose of the company, the company's activities.
And some fictive expenditure registered.
Yes, again, expenses that never existed.
iarăși s-au constatat venituri, adică venituri în conturile societății, fără ca societatea să emită facturi pentru clienți. Venituri înregistrate în avans, sume destul de mari, pentru care s-a colectat o taxă de 177.275 și s-a constatat că, de fapt, sunt sume încasate de la clienți pentru care nu s-au emis facturi. Emiterea facturilor înseamnă o colectare a TVA-ului, fiind plătitoare de TVA, și acest lucru s-a amânat. S-a amânat pe o perioadă mai îndelungată și...
Banii au intrat sau au fost doar în avans? Banii au intrat. Okay. Veniturile registrate în avans înseamnă că nu sunt venituri, deci nu sunt purtătoare de TVA, impozit și așa mai departe.
This is another case study of a company that registered some income that never took place.
Okay.
Yeah, but the transaction, economic transaction, realized, but without the registered invoices.
So the invoices were not emitted.
Ce s-a constatat după anul 2020, când a fost pandemia, evaziunea fiscală s-a mutat în mediul electronic. Acolo, prin simpla verificare a unor firme de curierat, s-a descoperit că, în general, persoane fizice, dar și societăți au făcut tranzacții de ordinul zecilor de mii, o persoană vorbesc, sau o societate comercială, fără ca aceste venituri să fie înregistrate în evidența contabilă. Prin verificarea acestor firme de curierat am descoperit venituri însemnate la bugetul de stat, în care furnizorii au făcut livrări nenumărate către clienți din țară.
Prin intermediul curierilor.
The novelty brought along by the pandemic was that tax evasion moved online. Throughout the checkups performed on the parcel carriers, they were able to identify many packages that were delivered by the suppliers throughout the parcel deliveries.
Ca și concluzii, mă rog. Nu toate tranzacțiile, dar verificăm să vedem care sunt. Noi verificăm invers, nu de la o sumă în sus, de la sumele mari mergem în jos, invers. Deci cele mai mari sume le luăm și mergem în ordine descrescătoare. Deci,
so they check in a decreasing order of the amount that is being sold. My colleague asked if there's a certain threshold from which on they start the checkups, and he said that they decrease the invoices. They put the invoices in a decreasing order, and they start from top to bottom. They but they check the largest transactions.
Este logic. Ca și concluzii. Cele mai eficiente acțiuni de inspecție fiscală, unde se și încasează sumele, sunt cele între până la 300.000 de lei, să zicem, cu șanse mari de încasare. Unde sunt sume foarte mari, societățile intră în insolvență, apar probleme cu încasarea și lucrurile se complică. De aceea, organele fiscale, prin analize de risc pe care le fac, se orientează cam pe segmentul acesta și se orientează spre societăți care beneficiază de active, au active în patrimoniu și care, sigur că au posibilități de plată a obligațiilor. Pentru eficientizarea colectării ar trebui să fie simplificate procedurile de colectare. Deocamdată, și în ceea ce privește executarea SRIT, această procedură se aplică tuturor contribuabililor, indiferent de suma pe care o datorează bugetului general consolidat. Se încearcă o segmentare acesteia în viitor apropiat, astfel încât măsuri de executare mai complexe să fie efectuate la contribuabilii mari, urmând cu active importante, urmând în ordine descrescătoare și ceilalți contribuabili.
So the most efficient actions that they were able to perform were for the amounts of up to 100,000 lei that were managed to be actually cashed in. there's a certain strategy in order to make these actions work, which target an increase in the number of employees and in order to have the economic agents taxed and make them pay ultimately. Make them pay their taxes ultimately. There's a huge potential of having the revenues cashed. There's a general direction of huge taxpayers. That's what DGAMC stands for. There's a general direction of large taxpayers, which has the highest potential, probable potential to get those taxes for the general budget, but it needs to be restructured. And in order to attract qualified human resources towards the National Agency of Fiscal Administration and to stimulate competitivity, the salaries of the people should be differentiated as a function of one's performance, of one's work complexity and amount of work.
For the moment is
În
not
prezent,
differentiated.
salarizarea este unitară pentru toți salariații.
Like in the communism, all the people are equal. Traduc și asta.
So for the moment, unfortunately, the salaries stay the same for people performing the same 8-hour job, but still as a reform direction, it would be great to have different salaries according to one's performance and one's amount of work. This would be a measure.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And this is for you, and thank you very much for your presentation and for bringing to us your experience from the practice environment. Thank you very much. Okay, and I let the floor to my colleague Micha Constantin-Șcheau, the first assistant manager in our project, to present the following
I'll start
lecture.
really quickly with our special guest, Duncan Tan. If you are online, please, Mr. Director. Thank you so much. The Director of the National Cybersecurity Directorate will go straight to the point because I know that your program is so busy, especially in this period of warfare, like Valerie said, and so many challenges. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you can just confirm whether you can hear me properly.
Well,
okay. Perfect. I will share my screen with you because I prepared to you a couple of slides. Can you be kind and in 1 second just confirm whether you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good. So I will walk you through a couple of slides. I promise to fit in the 15 minutes. What I wanted to bring to this audience, and thank you so much for inviting me. I wanted to bring a view from the Romanian Directorate into cyber crime aspect. So basically, knowing that the Romanian Cyber Directorate is not a financial crime organization, it's a cyber-related one. We come across once in a while, nevertheless, on a couple of, let's say, aspects that brings together this cybersecurity, cyber threat, cyber attack, and financial related aspects. And I want to share with you my view and our view on those. We'll skip who I am and so on. I will ask the organizer to share the slides. You can use them without any restriction. In fact, it's only one restriction. Don't post them on internet, but you can distribute them and use them at will. Share them with any professional you wish, whether within your organization or externally. Just don't post them on the internet. So what we see at the Romanian Cyber Directorate when we look at the big landscape, and in particular the Romanian one, but also European Union one, we know that it's a kind of proliferation of a variety of threats. One of the most serious being the one posed by cybercrime actors. And one conclusion we have at this time is that in terms of tackling the phenomenon, addressing it in a decisive manner, in all honesty, at this moment, is still a lot of work to be done, a lot of effort to go on. And at this moment, despite quite a number of progresses and successes in this on this topic, Europe by itself still has insufficient capabilities and capacity to address those elements, and in particular related to cybercrime, because it's even more complex than certain categories of traditional cybersecurity-related attacks or incident types. So it's getting complex. The authorities are making quite a lot of progress, but they need to speed up, honestly, and they need to increase 2 times, 3 times, 4 times the effort, the budgets, the level of resources that they put forward in order to address the phenomenon. What we see, and this is based on information and intelligence we have at the level of the Romanian Cyber Directorate, when it comes to cybercrime actors, basically the most targeted industries in Romania, at least, healthcare, manufacturing, financial services, transportation, and I left the best at the end, the governmental sector. And I will come with a real life example from today that I wanted to show to you. So it's a mix of sectors that are targeted in a variety of ways, and how those cyber crime gangs pursue their malicious initiatives. In all honesty, it's really impressive in terms of diversity. I mean, they do anything from traditional scams and hacks to malicious code deployment, vandalism, cyber terrorism, all kind of online frauds you can imagine, defamation, spoofing, spam, etc. I'm not going to read all of them, but the message here is really getting very innovative in the negative sense, is getting supported by more and more tools, is getting supported by artificial intelligence, if you can believe it. And I will give you a very funny and simple example. Funny, it's not that funny, but I find it funny. An example of today. Look, this morning, I got notified by our colleagues from ANAF, the fiscal authority, regarding one notification that it's using and misusing the brand, the name, the logo of the Romanian Cyber Directorate and of Europol as well. So, of course, it's a mail that, as you can see on the screen, coming from a compromised account from Sorbonne University, pretty well written in Romania with some help from AI, probably, because compared with 1 year, 2 years ago, the text is getting better and better and looks more and more real. But the funny part is that at least this time they got the logo of the Romanian Cyber Directorate correct, because 6 months ago, exactly the same text, exactly the same kind of fraud attempt was misusing even the logo of the organization. So long story short, for the ones that are Romanians, you can read it. It's the famous or infamous police inspector George Alexandru Mihaiță, same name like I think like the actor, that it's threatening the user, the target, the potential victim, with the disclosure of some information on cyber pornography. I'm wondering myself, what is that cyber pornography? I'm very curious to find out. But anyway, exhibitionism, a couple of things. This is just the initial vector of the attack. So basically what they want to trigger a reaction from the user. They want the user to engage with the cybercrime gang because in this case it's a cybercrime gang. They are motivated by financial gains. So it's a very simple but effective technique, because they send this kind of mail to tens of thousands of users. So we know about this kind of attempts since about 1 year. It's extremely difficult to take it down, because they use new and other type of compromised email accounts in order to spread this kind of campaign. And you can imagine if 1% of the users start disclosing personal information, they pay a kind of ransom or something like that. Basically, this financial crime gang, they have a financial gain. Now, I say that I will leave the governmental and public sector at the end, and I wanted to share with you some very interesting statistics, not made by the directorate, but statistics and data and intelligence that we are using it on day-to-day basis. Actually, here on the screen, you can see an overview of the most popular types of cyber attacks in public sector, in European Union. And something very interesting that you may observe, and there are the arrows that I use. Most of those type of attacks, which are pretty cyclical, so it's going up and down and up and down in terms of magnitude and percentage in the whole total, most of those are the ones that are actually used by cybercrime groups in order to pursue their malicious activities. So they misuse the user access privileges, or they gain unauthorized access to a variety of systems. They steal data, they encrypt data and hold it ransom. They do basic attacks on applications and platforms that are exposed to internet. And they do, as I illustrated just before, a wide variety of social engineering techniques in order to obtain user access, obtain credentials, steal identity, sell it, buy it on the darknet or on the internet, and use it in a malicious and unlawful manner. I wanted to also show this one. The analysis that companies like Verizon, and I put the one of 1 year ago because I like more this graph, shows that actually one of the largest motivation factors for those actors when they attempt to steal data, when they attempt to breach into systems, it's at this moment at least specifically financial motivated. However, as you can see, and these are figures from 2021, I invite you to consult the online report. It's free. You can get access to it. The espionage motivation increased as of 2021 and went up and up and up, and got a peak beginning of 2022. Surprise, surprise, probably motivated by one of the important events at the time, the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes on this, 2 minutes, not more than this. This invasion in Ukraine changed a lot also in terms of cybercrime as well. You can imagine quite a bunch of Russian-based cybercrime gang. Now they are all out and they act with impunity in cyberspace, where let's not forget there are no borders in cyberspace. Actually, also because they don't fear any kind of prosecution. So as long as they operate outside of the territory of the Russian Federation and they steal money, they do their work and cyber criminal activities outside their borders, basically they are not facing virtually any consequences, at least not from their own authorities. So actually this aggression war against Ukraine exacerbated and increased certain categories of cybercrime activities, most of them driven by Russian-affiliated groups, but not only, by the way, not only. Ukrainians as well, quite a number of scams and stuff like that, like donate €1 for the Ukrainian army and things like this. Now, if we want to tackle those phenomenon, our view from the directorate is really that we need to do a lot more research, a lot more analysis, and we have to work a lot more with universities and law enforcement in order to understand, first of all, the infrastructure of cybercrime gangs. So how they are built, and let's not forget they are built with resilience in mind. They build those and they design them on purpose in such a way that they escape detection by law enforcement authorities. They avoid shutdown or legitimate actions from governments and so on. So what they do, as a matter of fact, they run such infrastructure in a variety of locations, usually on bulletproof, what we call bulletproof hosters. So hosting companies, IT companies that provide infrastructure and they don't care and they don't want to know who is operating this virtual infrastructure, who does what, and what their client, which happen to be a criminal gang, what that client does on their infrastructure. Unfortunately, we have in Romania a couple of those hosters. Unfortunately, some of them are in countries like Iceland, etc., but not only. And I will show you immediately a graph that illustrates this. What I wanted to pass to you as a message also, and I take 10 more seconds on this, usual infrastructure of cybercrime gangs contains quite a lot of data, quite a lot of assets, actually. Anything from source code of the applications and tools they are using to pursue their activities, information about their entire business, between quotas, business ecosystem, cybercrime ecosystem, but also information regarding the victims that they are exploiting again and again and again, and some info on wallets, cryptocurrency wallets, or financial related mechanisms that they are using in order to transfer the money they obtain through the activities. I say that many Eastern European countries, Iceland and so on, but be prepared now to have a small surprise. Actually, most of those are hosted in countries like US, like China as well, like Germany, like United Kingdom. In US, why? Because it's quite easy to buy and rent servers and the capacity virtual machines. And up to the moment the hosting companies detects or they are notified that you are using those machines for some cybercrime activity, of course, they are up and running. Russia, I just commented, they are all out and they host now without bothering at all with impunity infrastructures that support cybercrime. I'm a bit surprised about China and Indonesia, but some of the most dangerous ones that I find are actually the ones marked with a red arrow. The Tor exit nodes, which are those nodes, those servers used in order to make the connection between the indexed internet, the visible internet, and the darknet. And why they are particularly dangerous and tricky is because, as you may know, the Tor nodes are used also by legitimate researchers, journalists that want to transfer, to access in anonymized manner information. So it's simply for protecting their own research work, their investigative journalism activities, etc. But it appears they are used more and more and more for illegitimate user, for criminal use as well. So the message here is this cybercrime infrastructure can exist in virtually any kind of country. These are just the ones that we, the Romanian Directorate, we detected and we documented as being used strictly in the context of the Ukraine-Russia war. So quite a bunch of machines. Now, of course, governments tend to do something, and I pick up one example that I like very much from UK. Also in this context, for example, UK in cooperation with United States, actually they indicted 11 members of a Russian gang that targeted in particular hospitals, both in UK, Ireland, United States as well, but also Germany, France, and a couple of other countries, not Romania, luckily. And I get the question all the time, why not Romania? One of the reasons is pretty straightforward. In Romania, you cannot pay ransom legally, or at least a public authority, like for example, or a public hospital, they cannot pay ransom. And we from Romanian Cyber Directorate, we always pass the message, don't pay any ransom, don't negotiate with cybercrime gangs, because you finance, you fuel the phenomenon. Now, what it takes to address it effectively, definitely cooperation. So law enforcement, so the governmental bodies focus on law enforcement with private sector actors, with the research community, the academia, the education system, and international partners, whether national level or international partners like Europol, Interpol, and so on. They need to cooperate a lot more to tackle really in a systematic, in a disciplined manner, this cybercrime phenomenon that it's fueling a lot of issues that we detect. So what is needed as part of this cooperation? First of all, a more effective cyber threat response. We try and we attempt as national authorities to address quite a number of threats, but the cybercrime one, it's a particular difficult one to address. Build capabilities for deterrence, and honestly, some of them are of a legal nature. I mean, reinforce the criminal code, Codul Penal in Romania, or update it or do something, or find innovative ways to address ongoing cybercrime operations. And also, honestly, probably, I choose now carefully my words, but probably one of the most effective ways will be awareness, simply increasing awareness with the regular users so they don't fall victim to cybercrime gangs, increasing awareness with organizations, smaller or larger, that may be victims as well. And let's not forget, in Romania, we have 500,000 of small and medium enterprises with very low level of maturity, and they can, most of the time, they are victims of cybercrime actions. And of course, we need to have better and let's say more clearly defined cybercrime collaboration services. I mean, Romanian police and other law enforcement authorities have to have more clearly defined the type of activities, the type of services, let's call them, that they can do together with the academic sector, with civilian agencies like the Romanian Directorate, or with others, in order to tackle the phenomenon. And I promise now is the last slide. I truly believe that we need to leverage and to use the entire strength and power of our cybersecurity ecosystem to acknowledge that cybercrime, it's an issue, is going to be here and stay, is not going to decrease, will not increase maybe exponentially, but will create a lot of trouble and will keep bothering us for the next years. And each and every single actor, whether it's governmental, whether it's academic, whether it's private sector, or even regular users, we have a role and we can do something in order to tackle phenomenon. Even if it is a small piece, but with many parties moving and in the same direction and cooperating, I think we can do something about it. That was all from my side, and I hope I fit in the 15 minutes that Mircea allocated to me.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. And because just thank you all of us who Dan and Dan, and hope and for the future to collaborate so well like until now. And because we are a little bit late for a short intervention or perhaps longer, I pass the floor to another friend of ours, actually, Horatiu Gerban, member of Cyber Command, the Ministry of Defense, will share from his experience. Horatiu, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mircea. I hope that you can hear me better.
Yes, yes,
Okay, thank you. So I'm Horatiu Gârban, working in the Romanian Ministry of Defense Cyber Command, and maybe you are asking yourself why the military cyber command is here. Not for surveillance, not for observation, just for cooperation. Together with Mircea, I can and Dan and yeah, many other actors, we started to run different and interesting cooperation programs, which, in a way, I deeply believe that are improving a lot our awareness level and our preparedness. So I will come back to the cyber command. So we are, as any other, let's say, cyber actor, we are together in that cyberspace, in that cyber field, cyber domain, whatever you want to call it. There are no borders, no actors, no differentiations. There are no fences. Everyone, it's everywhere, and we are together there. So being there together, okay, let's say not fighting, but in a way, yes, we are fighting in that cyberspace.
Yes, fighting against.
Fighting against, yeah, because we are the authorities. We as you, Dan, and many others.
Thank you so much.
We are the authorities fighting against gangs, against whatever cyber crime and cyber operation you want to imagine. And now I slightly move to the cyber operations. Yes, the cyber command, okay, it's not tasked to deal with cyber crime, with the financial part of the cyber crime, but it is tasked to deal with cyber operations. So in a way, we are looking, or at least we have a different view. We are looking on the phenomena. We are looking for different APTs, groups which are many years hidden in the networks. So APTs, we are looking for state actors, for big, let's say, gangs or big actors, and we are dealing with that. Coming from that point down, so digging down, each, let's say, operation, each cyber operation, it can be divided. It can be divided in espionage, so one part, or let's start different. It is divided with the objectives. There is an objective. I need some money from whatever institution or whatever government or company, or it doesn't matter. Or I want to shut down something. I don't know what, but it's not the matter. So I have an objective. Everything is starting with that objective. Then moving to accomplish, to so now I'm speaking from the point of view of an attacker. Moving to creating the operation. So they need to create an operation to achieve those objectives. First step is espionage. First step is to install some big hidden and undetectable pieces of code in the enemy's computers. Enemy, okay, I can say, but let's say adversary, it's better, into the adversary's computers. After that, they need to collect info, they need to extract info. This is one chunk. After they extract some info, they are preparing the next step, which is to build the weapon. Whatever you want to say. So it's a weapon to shut down something. It's a ransomware. to encrypt your files and ask them for some money. It is another weapon, let's say another code to extract some credit card numbers, some account numbers, some phishing accounts to phishing, let's say, small campaigns against some companies to direct or redirect some money from different accounts to convince them to pay money in some other accounts. So everything is possible. Even now, if you are just searching over the internet, you will find big companies offering almost for free, for a small amount of money, shares, and they promise you that in 1 year you will become rich. Okay, a lot of people, let's say, bite this, and now they're complaining to the police departments and the financial sectors. They are complaining to the banks because they made some wire transfers. And if you do a transfer, that's it. It's done. You did it, nobody else. So that's the next step. So another step. Then it's the not launching. At least it's running the weapon, running the software, and you will achieve, or they will achieve, the objective. So there are the big, let's say, the big areas, and that's the reason we need to, as Dan said before, as Mircea said before, we need to cooperate, because financial sector is one, but the operation is different. There are some other, let's say, sectors involved: law enforcement, financial sector, national security directorate, intelligence sector, and so on. And in a way, we try to collect all of this info and to, let's say, embed in one, let's say, big knowledge. And in that moment, you can say that you have some intelligence, or you got some intelligence from an operation, and you understand in that moment what an actor, or could do, or which are his or not its capabilities. Then you will know what to expect in the next operation, because we'll never stop. This will never stop. And as Dan said before, let's cooperate. That's the reason we are here. Every institution was tasked in a way with some attribution, with some competence domains, but without working together, without doing the things together, educating our let's say, experts together, because my expert in something, they need to know how the financial sector is working, or how the police, in a way, it's working, and or they need some pieces from each one. And without cooperation, we are lost in the cyberspace. Thanks a lot for inviting me here. I need to run at 2 o'clock into another working group. Mircea, thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for this project. From my point of view, it was a really nice achievement, a really good achievement, and I'm really happy that I was invited in some parts to deliver my, or let's say it was not only mine, our expertise.
Yes,
thank you for everything, and good luck.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay. We'll pass the floor really quickly back to the financial sector. I just want confirmation that Florin Andrei is online. Florin? Okay, if Florin Andrei, which is risk control director, is not online, we'll come back after Marius, after our colleague Marius Quintan will
Sorry for the
Present,
delay, Mr. Marius Cumpan. I would like to introduce Mr. Marius Cumpan, the president of the Group House of Accounts. And big apologize for this delay because you are in a physical presence, so we know that time is very important for all of us.
Ok, bună ziua. În primul rând aș dori să vă mulțumesc pentru invitația de a participa la această conferință, să felicit totodată membrii acestui proiect ambițios pentru reușita și pentru rezultatele pe care le-au obținut. Curtea de Conturi, între provocări și soluții, provocări pentru că ne dorim să fim o instituție modernă, o instituție care să fim ancorată în realitățile vieții economice, sociale, politice. Așa cum au menționat antevorbitorii, criminalitatea, frauda s-a translatat din zona clasică în zona comerțului electronic, în zona cibernetică, așa că și instituția Curții de Conturi dorește să se modernizeze, motiv pentru care se află într-un amplu proces de modernizare și transformare.
The Court of Accounts, between challenges and solutions, the Court of Accounts presently finds itself as a modern institution. Although the frauds have moved in the online environment, they are currently going through major changes in order to adapt and stick to the times and being modern.
Instituția Curții de Conturi este reglementată prin Constituția României, este o instituție fundamentală în statul român cu o vechime de 160 de ani. Interesul manifestat de către cetățeni, de către autoritățile publice pentru utilizarea cât mai corectă, eficientă a fondurilor publice este susținută de către Curtea de Conturi prin rolul său de auditor extern al politicilor, al finanțelor publice românești. Curtea de Conturi este parte în triunghiul responsabilității sociale alături de guvern, alături de Parlamentul României, contribuind la analiza și formularea unor propuneri pentru îmbunătățirea politicilor publice, pentru îmbunătățirea modului de utilizare a fondurilor publice și implicit a atingerii obiectivelor și a scopului acestor politici și a utilizării fondurilor respective.
The importance of the institution resides in the fact that it finds itself as a fundamental institution of Romania. It's also an external auditor of the Romanian public finances, and it's also part of the social responsibility triangle made up by the Court of Accounts, the government, and the Parliament. The Court of Accounts contributes to the major improvements in the field of public policies.
Desfășurăm o gamă variată de activități de audit financiar, de audit de conformitate și auditul performanței prin prisma celor trei principii de economicitate, eficiență, eficacitate. Se spune că dacă un E nu e, atunci nimic nu e. Ca să
The control function is exerted throughout audit procedures, financial audit, control or conformity audit, and performance audit throughout the 3E, economicity, efficiency, and
eficacitate.
Efficacity.
Yeah. Curtea de Conturi este într-un amplu proces de modernizare și transformare instituțională. Zilele acestea s-a marcat finalizarea unui proiect amplu de modernizare în cadrul proiectului operațional Capacitate Administrativă, proiect cu o valoare de peste 6 milioane de euro, în care fundamentale sunt ideea de a construi încrederea, de a audita pentru cetățean, astfel încât să se recâștige încrederea cetățeanului în instituția Curții de Conturi și în celelalte instituții și autorități ale statului român.
So the Court of Accounts currently undergoes a modernizing process that transforms the institution, acting for its citizens. They have a 6 million lei project currently in euro 6 million euro project implemented right now.
Necesitatea acestei modernizări este determinată de contextul național și internațional în care activează, de provocările și oportunitățile care apar, precum criza economică, migrația, criza migrației, schimbările climatice și războiul, poate chiar și războiul de la granițele României cu Ucraina.
The necessity is determined by the national and international context, the challenges and the opportunities, out of which we would mention the migration crisis, the financial and economic crisis, and even the war, and the needs of the citizens.
Astfel, scopul acestei modernizări este dezvoltarea societății românești, dezvoltarea și întărirea performanțelor instituțiilor din administrația publică. Această dezvoltare și întărirea instituțiilor din administrația publică este un obiectiv aflat și pe agenda Ministerului Finanțelor, care se află într-un proces de analiză a unor indicatori de performanță la nivelul administrației publice centrale și locale.
The main purpose is to develop the Romanian society, and the second part would refer to developing and emphasizing the performance of the institutions from the public administration as a joint work with the Ministry of Finance that also acts in this field.
Astfel se dorește identificarea și stabilirea unor indicatori de performanță prin care să fie evaluate autoritățile și instituțiile publice din România și în funcție de acești criterii să se asigure o finanțare mai bună sau mai slabă a acestor instituții.
They aim to set up a list of performance indicators for the public institutions in Romania, thinking to have them financed according to these performance indicators.
Spre exemplu, să se identifice astfel unele exemple de bună practică care să fie diseminate către alte autorități și instituții publice. Spre exemplu, în discuțiile cu cei de la Ministerul Finanțelor s-a invocat primăria Oradea, care într-o perioadă scurtă de timp a trecut de la o restructurare a bugetului, de la cheltuieli de funcționare de 70% și cheltuieli de dezvoltare de 30%, a reușit să se inverseze aceste procente.
So they also try to identify examples of good practices in the field in order to have them replicated since they work. One of these examples is that of the City Hall in Oradea, in Bihor County. Initially, their budget consisted of 70% functioning expenses and 30% development expenses. And in a short while, they managed to reverse this ratio to 30% functioning expenses and 70% development expenses.
Ne dorim, pe de altă parte, creșterea transparenței și a responsabilității instituționale, pentru ca, în definitiv, să contribuim la oferirea unor servicii de calitate către cetățeni.
They want to increase the transparency of the institution and the responsibility they face in order to offer quality services to its citizens.
Acțiunile noastre în sensul modernizării pot fi sintetizate prin ceea ce spunea și Winston Churchill. Nu este suficient să facem tot ce se poate, câteodată este necesar să facem ceea ce trebuie.
And their actions may find themselves reunited under the Winston Churchill quote that it's not sufficient to do everything you can. Sometimes you have to do what you must.
Este ceea ce a făcut și guvernul în zilele acestea prin adoptarea acestui pachet de măsuri pentru întărirea disciplinei financiare, de care va depinde absorbția celor 75 de miliarde de euro, bani care vor contribui, bani care vor defini în viitor evoluția României pentru o dezvoltare durabilă și sustenabilă.
Our current government did the very same as this motto with the recently adopted package of fiscal measures that's supposed to help us get the 7 billion
miliarde
75 billions euro financing.
Yes. Digitalizarea reprezintă un obiectiv major în proiectul acesta de modernizare și transformare a Curții de Conturi, care va contribui la dezvoltarea activității, la creșterea calității activităților desfășurate.
Digitalization is another important issue. The Court of Accounts is interconnected throughout the public databases that find themselves in its activity field on various IT applications like SPID, IDEA, Forex, Book.
În cifre, activitatea Curții de Conturi s-ar situa la un număr de acțiuni de 2000, peste 2000 de acțiuni efectuate, venituri suplimentare stabilite de 1408 milioane de lei, prejudicii stabilite la 1755 de milioane lei și au fost efectuate în anul 2022 un număr de 100 de sesizări penale.
So in 2022, we had 100 penal actions, then about 2,168 entities were checked in 2022. There were some supplementary incomes brought along by 1,408 million lei, and the prejudice sums up 1,755 million lei altogether for 2022.
Activitatea Curții de Conturi are oarecum tangență cu criminalitatea economico-financiară prin abaterile de la regularitate și legalitate pe care le constatăm cu ocazia controalelor. Și ca și studii de caz am pregătit trei studii, respectiv utilizarea fondurilor pentru înlăturarea calamităților naturale, externalizarea serviciilor juridice și unele clauze contractuale privind penalități exorbitante.
The Court of Accounts is actively engaged in financial and economic crime combating measures aiming to prevent such actions. There are three typologies of law failures, so to say, and we are going to see three case studies. Let's start with the first one.
The first one.
The use of funds for in order to minimize the impact of floods and other natural calamities.
Da, sintetic, când plouă, pentru unii plouă cu bani și știu să profite de aceste fenomene naturale pentru a face bani.
This is a good joke, I have to translate it. He said that sometimes when it rains, for some people it rains with money and they know how to make the most of this rain, so to say.
Datorită faptului că acest domeniu este slab reglementat, nu există norme care să stabilească modul de evaluare a calamităților, a lucrărilor care se impun pentru eliminarea efectelor acestora. Spre exemplu, în cadrul unei unități, Comisia Locală pentru Situații de Urgență a evaluat calamitatea infrastructurii rutiere la 3 km, în timp ce Comisia Județeană a stabilit că s-au calamitat 30 de km. E o diferență oarecum semnificativă între cele două.
So unfortunately, this domain of natural calamities is poorly regulated. There are no well-set norms that establish how to evaluate a natural calamity, and the works that need to be done in order to minimize their negative effects and helping the people that were affected. He gave the example of such a calamity that was evaluated as having a 3-kilometer range, and the same calamity was further evaluated at a 30-kilometer range, and indeed there's a huge spread between 3 and 30 kilometers. And the problem is that there are no such norms that would regulate the domain.
Atribuirea acestor contracte se face printr-o procedură simplificată, invocând evenimente imprevizibile pe baza unor invitații de participare. Spre exemplu, am avut o situație în care valoarea lucrărilor, valoarea calamităților a fost estimată la 17,5 milioane de lei pentru refacerea unei infrastructuri de drumuri forestiere, drumuri comunale, decolmatări, poduri. Atribuirea s-a făcut către o asociere, s-a făcut în mod direct pe baza unor invitații de participare către o asociere de două societăți, din care una avea 2 salariați și una avea 5 salariați.
So taking advantage of the fact that these events are unpredictable and need to be solved on the short term, these works are further distributed towards a certain supplier without initially publishing an announcement of interest or of participation. So this is the example of works of 17,519,000 lei that were almost directly attributed towards an association of 2 societies, one having 2 and the other one having 5 employees all together. So 7 people and that amount in order to relieve these natural calamities.
A fost acordat un avans de 5 milioane de lei, fără nicio garanție de rambursare a acestuia. Sigur că s-a finalizat prin plângeri penale, prin sechestre asiguratorii și așa mai departe, toată nebunia care continuă și în prezent.
So it initially started with a 5 million lei down payment without any guarantees. They were registered as expenses. The works should have started without having any project, without having a detailed financial offer, and the prices were 2 to 3 times higher than the ones on the market. And this file is currently still under discussion. Se încearcă să se recupereze sumele. They are still trying to get their money back.
O altă tipologie este externalizarea serviciilor juridice, unde se externalizează servicii juridice către diferite societăți, fără respectarea prevederilor legale. Avem o situație în care s-a plătit suma de 923.000 de lei în condițiile în care au fost realizate 2 dosare, din care s-a ajuns doar cu unul în faza de instanță.
The second typology comes from the field of outsourcing the juridical services, the law services. The public entity has a specific compartment, but they say that cannot deal with it because it's a too complex job for them. And he provided us with the example of consultancy and assistance in the field of law and regulation that is currently still discussed because there were two files summing up 1,043 million lei directly attributed, and the initial invoice was of 527,000 lei. Upon signing the contract, finally paying 923,000 lei for a file that was never taken to court, actually, because the parts settled up throughout meeting and negotiation.
De asemenea, există clauze contractuale incluse în anumite contracte încheiate cu terțe persoane juridice și un exemplu ar fi plata unor penalități de peste 15 milioane de lei la un contract datorită inserării unor clauze contractuale eronate pentru autoritatea contractantă.
Another typology is that of using certain contract clauses. So the terms and conditions parts of a contract may be set up as to establish huge penalties in case something does or does not happen. And this is the means throughout which they get the money out through penalties. Huge penalties and irrelevant ones, so
Yeah.
unreal ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this certificate of attendance to be approved at your job that you are here, and for sure our group. Yeah, because you are still a PhD student, and it will be necessarily for the research. So I think that's all for the first session. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your patience. And before the lunch, because with the food is here, I would like to have a photo together, because after this, I'm sure that you go out. So we are going outside here. I think here today.
I think in that order because some.
No, I think it's better here.
Și atunci cine face?